staged at the Surbiton Racket and Fitness Club. Next year it moves to the Edgbaston Priory Club, Birmingham, so will be contested the same week, same prizes on offer, but a little further up the country. That's magnificent control. All the time she spent on the doubles court, forcing her to play from different areas of the court and different positions at the net. Developing her hand skills. As much as she's charging up the singles rankings, ranked well inside the top 200 at the moment, Gadecki. Her doubles ranking is her higher number right now, world number 76. Career high of 71 achieved only this year. It's a clinical game. Controlled, focused, and sealed in style by Gadecki. No Brits left standing in the women's singles, but we could claim her. You might have spotted Jodie Burrage watching on in the front row. Gadecki living with Burrage as of the beginning of this season after the Aussie swing in January. Just needed a more central base. As far as the tennis world goes, Australia is so far out of the way. Alistair Gray, far right, Gadecki's boyfriend. He's had a lot of injury setbacks to contend with over the last couple of seasons, Gray, since he played in the Wimbledon main draw, won his first round. Jodie Burrage on the left there, achieving that feat last year. And the serves beginning to do a lot of talking out here on centre court. In the face of her opponent's aggression, Maria upping the ante with that delivery. And still little giving at the beginning of this match. %83% of first serves landed for Maria. She's not winning as many of her first serve points. Gadecki is 6 from 6. Pretty unstoppable form from the Aussie at the moment. But Maria landing more first serves. She knows that Gadecki is the dictator in this matchup. And with her experience, her professionalism in these early stages, she's responding by delivering to a high level of precision. Oh. Well, it's the first time the first point has been dropped by the server in this match. And the margins could not be finer. On a pacey surface like this one, it only takes a couple of points. And that's why a strong follow-up is so key. So far, so good in the composure department from Gadecki. The angle on the backhand. She ran up the court immediately behind it. Such sharp vision out here, clocking the work she's done quickly. And you're not going to see too many serve and volleys in the women's draw out here. Such is the strength of the returning. Gadecki's first delivery so noteworthy and so dangerous on this surface. Playing to her strengths. High level response to dropping the first point. 4 on the trot to seal the hold. For Gadecki, coach Nigel Sears watching on from the far end of the court. He's got to be pleased with how she's been playing catch up in this set so far. She did pretty well to get up to the ball, Gadecki. And Maria with a great move in. Well, Gadecki's focus was absorbed by the backhand. And if she can get her opponent moving up and down the court, she's going to be feeling pretty good about her position in this match. There's a big difference between Gadecki approaching the net on her own terms and being dragged up there by the number 2 seed.
Okay, Maria. You balls, please.
She hasn't missed a beat, Tatiana Maria, in her last 2 service games. Back-to-back love holds, 8 straight points. And you can make that 10 with her hold of the service game prior. Building some momentum in this semi-final encounter. First set of the first match of the day at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy.
Time.
Gadecki still serving seconds, still playing catch-up. And Maria, with no illusions, she knows that this is the optimum moment to make her move. Second game in a row where Gadecki's dropped the opening point. And with the momentum that she's mounting on serve, combined with the scoreboard advantage of having served first, she's got the edge here.
Wait behind the scoreboard. Thank you.
That's so tricky for Maria. Yeah, the camp like that. She's composed herself impeccably in this game off the back of a rip-roaring service hold. And she's had the openings as well. 2 second serves in the first 2 points of the game, just added to the pressure that's been slowly piling onto Gadecki. Quickly displays itself. It just mounted at that critical juncture of the set. There had been little to choose between them on the serve, but Maria, with the healthier first serve percentage, seeing her to those one-sided holds more recently, just got under Gadecki's skin. It's a brutal surface. One break could be all it takes. It rewards, but it stings as well.
Out! 15-1.
And depth of shot absolutely essential for Gadecki. She can't get up the court as quickly on the return. Does not want to have to engage in neutral rallies at the baseline. But the precision of the Maria first delivery is having a huge say on the way the scoreboard is reading out here. 83, 84% of first serves landed. She's only missed 4 of 25 in the whole set. Well, she could do with a helping hand.
30-all.
And she's only lost 1 point behind her first serve, Gadecki, but she's lower on the percentage. 63% not good enough against the level that Maria's bringing to date.
Net, first serve.
She isn't out of time, though. This is a massive point as far as the Aussie's concerned. There we go. Took the slice away from that one-handed backhand. This is a great angle. It's got spin on it, which meant that it couldn't be an aggressive slice from Maria. It was purely reactive, couldn't keep it low. Perfect ball to put away. Break back point. Contender for point of the tournament. Gadecki didn't miss a beat in the tightest moments of that game. Helped by the net cord. In fact, that was a lifesaver, the difference between double set point and 30 all. But from there, she imposed herself and showed her quality to get back to 4-5 in serving. It's particularly blustery today. It's very open here at the Surbiton Racket and Fitness Club. And so that wind can come into play. It comes in through the sides of the stands, but today it's really picking up. I was sat outside doing some prep before this match, and one of the plastic chairs blew over on me next to the outside course, and that was when I realized that it's a significant increase on previous days here. Something that Maria can use to her advantage with the slice and just making it tougher for Gadecki to time the ball. But she's landing that first strike as quickly as she's allowed to, Gadecki. Moving nicely on the grass, particularly for a taller player. Contested the qualifying event at Roland Garros a couple of weeks ago, made the final round. Has moved on quickly to this quicker surface. Chance to level in the first. It's here when the slice is not quite deep enough. She's getting great positioning around it, Gadecki, to drive through, make her way quickly up the court. It's a second double, Gadecki. Could have come at a worse moment. And it's never ideal. And Maria was something to build on, knowing that she is still just one game away from the set. Chance to break through for it. There you go. And the first double fault came at a critical moment. It was when she was broken, Gadecki, for the first and only time in this match to date, handed over the advantage. Low first serve percentage could still haunt her in this set.
Out! 34.
And after the double fault danger, maybe just added incentive for Gadecki to try and get up the point early and wrap it up. It's hard to fault the move when she's had success with it throughout the set, but it was high risk from Gadecki in a big moment. Set point. And set sealed. She did what she does best, Tatiana Maria. She made things awkward at a critical moment. And despite failing to serve out the set, she has done something that might be better for her in the long run. She was broken for it and will keep the serving advantage that ultimately and immediately pressurized Gadecki behind her serving form in set 2. Maria with the 6-4 opener. That's experience coming through. World number 65 right now. Tatiana Maria achieved her career high ranking only earlier this season, world number 42. That might be surprising when you know that she's a Wimbledon semi-finalist, but she was a total dark horse at that event in 2022. She'd played Surbiton that season. Hadn't had a massive grass court run prior to that event. And then went all the way to the last 4 with some massive wins over Maria Sakkari, then world number 5, and Yelena Ostapenko. And back to the point, world ranking 102, so she amassed a ton of ranking points there, but didn't catapult her right to the top of the game the way it might have done for someone that was ranked top 50. She's looked to be a consistent presence on the tour over the last couple of years.
Second set, Riedi to 7. Love. Riedi.
There's smooth stuff
First game, second.
from the German. Just building where she left off in the first set, and that is why it was massive for her to break through to prevent Gadecki from stabilizing. She chose to serve in the first set. She used that to her advantage. We'll be looking to do the same in the second. And reached the quarterfinals of Surbiton a couple of years ago ahead of her very successful Wimbledon campaign. Lost out to Coco van der Wey, quarterfinalist at Wimbledon herself. Quarterfinalist again last season. Missed out against Katie Swan, who was the eventual runner-up. A few injuries lurking around British tennis at the moment. Jodie Burrage sat at the baseline. Now down with an ankle injury after wrist surgery again. Swan at the sidelines too.
Love 30.
Once again, it's the type of slice. This one just sitting up in front of Gadecki and allowing her to get up to the ball and follow through. And every time she has seized that opportunity, Maria just finding enough ways to make her uncomfortable in the forecourt to date. That's the depth she was looking for, right in at Gadecki's body, seeing her lean off the ball. And there's definitely been a mental shift on court. Maria gaining confidence with how she was able to handle herself at the back end of the first set, and Gadecki frustrated that she'd come so close and yet fell so far. So a strong leg up to the 36-year-old. Nothing to show for an exquisite lob. So much height on that ball from Gadecki on the slice lob, and still she manages to find the baseline. The height did buy Maria time just to get set again at the baseline and create a presence for herself once more.
Out.
30-50.
Out.
30 all.
Oh, she'll be mad with herself, I think, Gadecki, that she didn't approach that time. It was such a great return. The angle getting Maria right off the court. I think earlier in the match, in that situation, she would have charged the net, but Maria having done enough work now to just make her ask the question, so the seeds of doubt.
Okay, Maria.
And once again, she comes up clutch.
Maria leads by 3 games to love.
A run of 4 straight games now for the former top 50 player, Tatiana Maria, just with the 1 break of serve, but serving first in the second set and lengthening her lead. Still to come today. In the match following this one, the second of the women's semi-finals, Alison van Uytvanck, 2022 champion, up against Harmony 10. The French woman who, in a similar way to Maria, has been making her opponents uncomfortable here in Surbiton. And much like Gadecki, has come successfully through the qualifying rounds. A lot of match form behind Gadecki of late. But she's facing a player with huge amounts of experience on this particular surface. And good history behind her at this tournament too. It's creating a nice cushion for Maria that Gadecki needs to counter in this game to stop her running away with it.
Next for serve.
That's the play. And when the match has turned against you, it is very tough to just keep committing to that straight and narrow. But there's really one route to triumph for Gadecki in this matchup, and it's to keep going after those first 2 strikes of the rally. And getting herself up the court.
40 love.
Mixed doubles success again at the Australian Open this season for Gadecki, once more making the semi-final stage of her home Grand Slam. And that's where those hand skills have been put to such good use.
3 games to 1.
At her still young age of 22, I should say, it's no mean feat to have reached the semi-finals of a Grand Slam in back-to-back seasons. So the mixed doubles event in both 2023 and 2024, to be able to produce in that environment on a stage like that goes a long way in her wider game. So rarely has she been able to get up the court like that on the return, Gadecki, let alone immediately in the game, very first point. It's confidence building.
59.
Oh, absolutely lethal.
15-40.
Maria getting a really big taste of her own medicine here. Lethal side spin on that drop shot. And what a moment for it. Double break back point. Rushed the net in that game. An influx of second serves from Tatiana Maria opened the door. And Gadecki yanked it to full stretch for the second successive set. She's back on serve. This time looking for the consolidation game that she couldn't quite find in the opener.
Head, first serve.
Out!
15 love. Head, first serve. Love.
As she followed that ball, Tatiana Maria. Gadecki gaining,
30-50.
but a real warning shot has been fired there. She read that point like a book. Turned defense into attack. Oh, it's well handled.
40-30.
Look at the return position from Maria as the momentum of the match has swung. She's altered what she's doing, has the ability to take the points on herself. But only a off of the opening. And there were 3 huge strikes from Gadecki to clinch a massive game. This one looked like it might run away from her, but it was a huge hold at 1-3. Gave her the foundations to build on. Absolutely essential. Her first serve percentage has dropped substantially, Maria, in the second set. She was landing in the first set 82% ultimately. That's gone down to 56% in this set, and it's left the door open because she's winning minimal second serve points. No, but she's rising under the pressure once more. It's ace number 6, double the number of her opponent. And she will take that. Gadecki was gaining once more at love 15 and getting herself on top of the court quickly. Maria's response was to crank it up with the first serve, and now she's at the moment in this set where she first pushed through in the opener, and ultimately it did a lot of damage. Good recent history to draw on now. Well, there is another match going on elsewhere on the grounds. The men's doubles final between former winner Julian Cash. Did that alongside Henry Patton 2 years ago. He's partnered with Rob Galloway. They're the number 3 seeds, and they are serving for victory over Barrientos and Hidalgo, the number 4 seeds. The women's doubles final played yesterday, I think, to aid the turnaround to the WTA event in Nottingham, where qualifying begins today. And it was Amina Bektas and Alexandra Krunic who got the better of the British pairing of Beth Gray and Tara Moore. Well, Maria has made Gadecki relive the past here and remember what happened at 4-3 in the first set. Aussie has to rewrite the script on this occasion, serving to level. Well, she looked slightly irritated like this yesterday, Maria, but still beat Kim Birrell in straights. Oh, come on. That is a ridiculous save. She's barely got this ball up. And then to be able to stand her ground and get that ball from her shoelaces back across the net, finish with one of the hardest shots to control as well, the high backhand volley. Well, that's a momentum setter. Look at her energy now. Pure pressure, the hangover of the previous point. It wasn't a bad time to approach the net, Gadecki. She has to keep looking to get herself up there, but she didn't punch through the volley. The racket face stayed open. And from the brink of 40-15, she's break point down.
Go!
Oh, wow. Well, that's a millimeters difference between the ball being in and out from this side spin volley. We talk about fine margins. They do not get any closer than this. Absolute lifesaver. Oh, wow. Again, just offered the extra ball, Maria. It's all happening in this game. She's fuming with herself because it was a strong premeditated move. The moment she saw the second serve coming, got herself up the court, rushed Gadecki. It's rare that the 22-year-old has been able to scramble points from the back foot like that. Something big to build on. But she's in dire need of first serves.
Yes.
And just as Gadecki has been trying to put the Maria backhand under scrutiny, the German knows that she'll get more out of Gadecki's two-hander.
Go!
Advantage. Maria.
Fourth double fault. All of them have been fairly significant. One for a break of serve, two back-to-back to allow Maria into a game, and now one for a big break point.
Okay. Maria.
And she was just sailing a little too close to the wind. Gadecki
5-3.
minimized her own margin for error, and Tatiana Maria strikes. Quarter finalist at this event in the last 2 seasons. The final is now in front of her. Can she cross the line? The world number 65 serving for the match. And now she's really hanging off the cliff, Gadecki. It's got to be this. The ball not the cleanest off her strings on the return, but it was struck with intent, with purpose to get herself up to the net. Good enough for what she required. And Maria, with every miss, can feel herself getting closer, and it just gives her more to draw on. The team knows she's close. It's an overrule. Not even an overrule, actually. Apparently, the lines umpire immediately corrected himself. So this is truly a ninth life for Gadecki. Maria, having thought she was 2 points away, now has to reset level. And she's done that impressively. Doesn't waste time arguing. Once she'd clarified the situation, got straight back to work. Yeah, it was always the tougher shot for Gadecki in this match, up at the net with some of the height that Maria is able to generate. Good enough to secure her 2 match points.
Oh.
The number 2 seed is final bounds at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. A valiant effort from the qualifier Olivia Gadecki, but she was faced with one of the grass court's most tricky competitors. At 36 years old, she is still as troublesome as they come on the lawns, Maria. A WTA title winner on this surface. And with her sustained level showing us exactly why today. Great run from Gadecki. She's a name you're going to be hearing a lot more of. But it's Maria marching on to face either Alison van Uytvanck or Harmony Tan.
Congratulations, another win for you in the grass, a surface that you love so much. And your opponent today, she's been in really good form all the way from qualifying, so you must be delighted with the win.
Yes, for sure. I mean, it was a tough match. She played really well. She was serving super well, so I really had to be focused. And especially on the last game, I was thinking, okay, put this first serve in. But yeah, no, I'm really happy that I'm in the final here, and yeah, I'm happy with my performance.
And a great time to find such good form as well ahead of the championships, which is a tournament that you love so much, isn't it?
Yes, of course. I mean, Wimbledon is my favorite tournament, obviously. But yeah, as more as I can play on grass, I really love it. I'm sitting here on the bench and thinking, oh, I love it so much, I want to stay. So yeah, I enjoy every single second here.
Well, we talked about this yesterday, but for those of you that don't know, Tatiana is a mother of two, and her daughter Charlotte is a player herself, isn't she? She's here watching. So how on earth do you manage motherhood and winning so many tennis matches on tour?
I mean, I have a great family. I have great 2 kids. I have my husband who is helping. We have a great team. Laura is here doing also a great job with us. So I think, yeah, when you have the right people around you, everything is possible. And for me, my family is the most important. And I'm happy to travel with them together, to see them every day, and to enjoy every second with them together.
And we're going to see Charlotte playing here as well in a few years, aren't we?
Exactly, but I heard that Surbiton is the last year, so Surbiton has to come back, please.
Yes, it does. Surbiton has to come back. Well, congratulations, Tatiana, into the finals.
Yeah, she's carried herself well there. The world number 65 got that first serve percentage right back up at the back end of the second set, and had just done adequate damage with the first set and taking the lead in the second. We'll see her again in the final tomorrow. So Tatiana Maria through, and her opponent to be decided shortly, Alison van Uytvanck, former champion, taking on qualifier Harmony Tan. That's the next match onto court here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy, and it will be with you in a few minutes' time.
So it's a very quick turnaround for us here on centre court. Time to give a very warm welcome to our ball crew. They are from Holyfield Secondary School, and they have done a brilliant job. So let's give it up for them and our LTA officials. So I also have a very special guest who I want to introduce to centre court. Arabella from Surbiton Rackets and Fitness Club Junior Coaching Program is going to be doing our coin toss. So Arabella, do you want to come onto the court? Big round of applause for her. Now she's 10 years old and she is a huge tennis fan. She's been playing since the age of 5 and says the best thing about tennis is the feeling of the ball when it hits the sweet spot. Well, I certainly agree, Arabella. Her favourite player is Sabalenka, and so much so that her nickname with friends has become Arabelenka. And the Surbiton Rackets and Fitness Club is part of the LTA youth programme, which has been designed for kids aged 4 to 18 to help more children enjoy playing tennis. So if you want your child to be as good as Arabella, then you can sign up for the programme by searching LTA Youth online. So a big thank you to Arabella. We hope that you keep enjoying playing tennis and keep on court for years to come. So now it is time to introduce our players onto centre court, our second match of the day. From France, please welcome Harmony Tan. And from Belgium, she has been in great form this week. It's Alison van Uytvanck. Arabella, thank you. One last round of applause for Arabella.
Elle a oublié les balles.
Currently ranked just outside the world's top 200, she has a career high ranking of world number 90, which she achieved in 2022. That year, she famously took out Serena Williams in the opening round of Wimbledon before going on to reach the fourth round for the first time in her career. Since turning pro in 2012, she's amassed an impressive total of 10 ITF singles titles, the last of which was a women's 50k event earlier this year in March. From Paris, France, please welcome Harmony Tan. In 2018, she reached a career-high WTA ranking of world number 37 after claiming her second tour-level title in Budapest and knocking out Muguruza and Kontaveit to reach the round of 16 at Wimbledon. Over the course of her career, she's captured a total of 5 WTA singles titles and 2 doubles titles. More recently, she's been sidelined with a back injury, which kept her away from the tour for much of last year. She returned to the court in October and has since made the final of an ITF in Germany. From Belgium, please welcome former French Open quarter-finalist Alison van Uytvanck. Our chair umpire for our match today is Georgia Lucy from Great Britain. And ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy to the players and your fellow spectators, we ask that you turn all mobile phones and audible devices to silent during the match, and please refrain from using flash photography. Enjoy the tennis.
Welcome back to Centre Court for the second time today on semi-final Saturday at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Huge prizes on the line this weekend. They've already been picked up in the doubles draw by Amina Bektas and Alexandra Krunic in the ITF final, and today by Julian Cash and Rob Galloway in the ATP Challenger Tour field. But singles finals still to be set. The number 2 seed Tatiana Maria moving safely through in the last few minutes. And this clash to decide who she faces in Sunday's showdown. It is Harmony Tan up against Alison van Uytvanck, who went all the way to the title in 2022. And this is Georgia Lucy, our chair umpire for this second clash of the day. Singles match 2 of 4 on Centre Court. Head-to-head sits at 1 win apiece for these two, both meetings coming since the COVID months and the beginning of 2021. And one of their matches actually taking place on grass a couple of years ago. Van Uytvanck getting the better of Tan in straight sets, but a tight straight setter, 7-6, 6-3 the scoreline. And both players with contrasting yet impressive runs to this semi-final showdown. Van Uytvanck with just the 1 set dropped through wins over Alana Smith, Harriet Dart, who led by a break in the decider, and Emily Appleton. And Tan, having come all the way from the qualifying draw, is on a 5-match win streak coming into this clash. Been taken to 3 sets twice in the main draw by Kayla Day in her opener, top 100 player from America there. And in her last match against another Belgian, Greet Minen. Minen, the number 4 seed, and Tan able to overturn the current rankings for the 6-4, 4-6, 6-2 result. But she's a player, Tan, who's been ranked inside the world's top 100. Thanks in part to her brilliant showing in 2022. That was a very successful season for her. Very encouraging season for both these players. Something has to give on Centre Court as they campaign to make their way to the final and also claim the head-to-head advantage. So the men's semi-finals still to come after this clash. Brendan Nakashima, the number 6 seed, taking on Leandro Riedi of Switzerland. And Harris versus Harris, Lloyd versus Billy in the final match of the day. But right here, right now, it is meeting number 3 between our 2022 champion and the woman who took Serena Williams out of Wimbledon in that same season. Van Uytvanck versus Tan for the honor of taking on Tatiana Maria tomorrow. First week of the grass court season and the build-up to the championships.
First set, Harmony Tan to serve. Ready? Thank you.
She's shown a real depth of skill set so far this week, Van Uytvanck. The ability to step in and strike combined with a devastating drop shot, tricky slice. And it's an awkward matchup for Tan because she'd like to do a similar thing to Van Uytvanck, switch up the flight of the ball off the ground, frustrate the opposition. Neither player is going to give each other a clean ball to execute that game plan, so it's about who can handle themselves better. Maybe who has the more options. Great hands from the French woman will be on display throughout this contest. She measures her way to the forecourt. I think the rain has begun. It has been overcast so far today, and we've been free of the rain for some time in Surbiton, but this isn't the stuff that was hanging in the air middle of the week when Dan Evans was playing Adam Walton in the men's tournament. This is stuff that's coming down and could make the surface really slippy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just holding play now.
Let's see how long they hold off. If it carries on at this rate for too long, they might have to cover the courts just to prevent the surface from getting dangerous. If it is just a light passing shower, that'll be a different story. So hanging on for now, a deuce in the opening game. Well, Tan looks ready to go again. She actually looks ready to keep serving at deuce, but Van Uytvanck a little more cautious about the surface. I think she was pointing out the slippiness of the courts actually moving up the court, which is a position she likes to play from. Trissel has held off though, so we're going to go again. Tan serving at deuce first game, having saved break point. And it's tough, no warm-up here because they were only set down for a few minutes, but it's enough time for Tan to have gone a little bit cold. Has to start serving immediately with slim margin. And she has either dropped her focus or just lost a bit of control there, the French woman. So it's an opening break for Alison Van Uytvanck. My goodness, does this woman have some stats on her side? Well, she's contesting the grass court season for the first time since she won Surbiton here 2 years ago. The back injury that she had keeping her out of much of last season. At W100 level on grass, she's on a 13-match winning streak. Because in the year prior to winning Surbiton, in the resumption of the tour after COVID, there was a tournament staged at Nottingham in place of this one, and she won that as well. And the last time she was beaten at Surbiton was way back in 2019 in the quarterfinals against Katie McNally of the States. Grand Slam finalist in doubles, McNally. Going to be a lot of this out here.
15-30.
And it's going to be increasingly testing for both players with how the wind is picking up today. Both of them can take the pace off the ball and use the slice in a way that's going to pull the ball around in the blusteriness. It's really getting up now. Completely took the toss there. Oh, she's got her pegged in the forecourt.
30-40.
She's backed herself up the court there, Van Uytvanck, but it's not the approach to do so. Middle of the court, so much margin. Tan says thank you very much. Break back point immediately.
That's
That's how to take advantage of a second opportunity.
Advantage, Van Uytvanck. Game Van Uytvanck.
Strong finish to the consolidation hold for the Belgian
Leads by 2 games to love.
at 3.97, clawing herself back from the injury. A career high ranking of 37 achieved in 2018.
Love 15.
Now, the drop shot is going to be particularly tough to execute in these conditions today, even for players as talented as these two. Impact of the wind. And that rain is starting to come down again. I think it's going to cause some issues over the next hour, going by my very unreliable forecast.
It's the 30.
Yeah, this is heavier. Right call.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately we have to hold play again because the court's become steady.
We've actually done all right in Surbiton this week. We've had a fair amount of sunshine. Only one day, one mid-afternoon where play completely got cancelled for the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, play suspended.
Yeah, that was coming. It's too heavy right now. It's not worth the risk, and that'll be it for the time being. Semi-final Saturday on hold here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Former winner Alison Van Uytvanck up an early break in her campaign to get back to the Surbiton Trophy final. Harmony 10 serving at Love 2 and 15:30 when they get back to court. Let's hope that it's within an hour or so.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the weather is against us at the moment, but we are hopeful for the resumption of play in a short while. So we will keep you updated and give you any updates as and when we have them.
microphone? No, it's us, it's that one. Yeah, that's our one. If the thing's everyone else. I'll just ask Tom something, he said he'd sort it. You just did it in bed. For Nick, you're clever. Well, can you go get the tea at the gate then? You get it? You're there, yeah? You just sit that way. Sorry, shit. Oh. Who's all? Attention, everybody. We have Jake versus Nick. Just it's not Dennis, it's male wrestling. Naked wrestling. Liam's already wrestled on this court. Shh, the mic's on it. The mic is on. The mic is on. The mic's not on anymore. Do you want an announcement? Liam. Alexander in centre court, round two. You should gate through the thing. get them in a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, play will resume very shortly. Please give a warm welcome back to our ball crew from Holyfield Secondary School. And of course, a big welcome to our players from France, Harmony Tan. And from Belgium, Alison van Uytvanck.
3 minutes. Two minutes.
This side. So Harmony Tan is on the right hand side.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match resumption is being played to the best of 3 tie-break sets. The score is currently 2-love Uytvanck. 1 minute. Seconds. Full change, please.
So, match resuming here on centre court of the Lexus Surbiton Trophy as the continuation of semi-finals day. And it's Alison van Uytvanck, the 2022 champion, who leads by a break in this opening set against qualifier Harmony Tan, another player who's incredibly efficient on this surface. Interesting matchup of game styles with both players liking to play from different areas in the court, manipulate the flight of the ball. So far, it's been van Uytvanck with that extra layer of security. Open this match with a return winner. And looking to get the double breakthrough as they get back onto court after a short rain delay. Been off court for about 40 minutes.
Seats quickly, please, ladies and gentlemen.
They did pause for the rain briefly in the opening game of the match, and Tan was broken soon after.
That's you. $14-30. Tan.
Well, that's really well done by Harmony Tan. Never easy to start up again when you're behind on serve.
Leads by 2 games to 1.
particularly when you're not even onto the board, but that situation has changed in this last 4 encounter for Tan. And I think they've been off court for so long that maybe we're not going to have a sit down here, or maybe Tan just hasn't realized that it's the occasion for one. Yeah, this should be the first sit down of the match. But they've had a long warm-up ready to go again and just a couple of points played, so on we go. She's got a heavy forehand, Van Uytvanck, that has given her opponents trouble this week. And it's part of what makes that forehand drop shot so effective. She does execute that particular weapon of her arsenal really effectively, but it's more the differential between the power play that lands deep in the court and then how short and delicate that is. Peak confusion in that exchange. This is what's going to make it a really interesting match. Both players would like a bit of pace to work with. They rarely play the same ball twice in a row. And it's very unlikely that either of them are going to get much rhythm out here. Now it's Tan who chooses her moment to step up to the court and penalize a really short second serve. A bit tentative there. A little telltale from the Belgian. Breakback point.
Juice. Advantage, Van Uytvanck.
This back-to-back second serve points won by Van Uytvanck to keep a hold of her lead from a tricky position.
Leads by 3 games to 1.
I do feel that's been a bit of a differentiating factor for her in a couple of her previous matches, just the way she's able to maneuver the ball with that second serve and make it less attackable. Won 56% of her second serve points yesterday.
Oh! 15 love.
And she's been consistently looking for the Van Uytvanck backhand to build her way to the forecourt 10. And when you see the versatility of the Belgians' forehand wing, that's completely understandable. Backhand a little more limited, but only because of the great range of the one-handed wing.
Love.
Oh, devastating angle.
40-15.
They're up tighter to the court for the second serve return. And not overplaying that at all, just touching the ball back cross court. And the one moment where these two will both have pace to work with is that first serve.
Second serve. Bertie. Hold. Juice.
Back to back. Now the first just hinted at the impact of the previous second serve return, clean winner. Tan feeling the need to go for a little bit more, but that one could be costly.
Advantage Tan.
Oh, fractional miss. And Tan finds the mark at the most important moments to stay in touch. She's been close to getting back on serve. And now she stays right at the heels of the 2022 winner. World number 226, not far away. She didn't play the grass court season really last year, Harmony Tan, which might come as a surprise for someone who plays so effectively on this surface, as was seen when she made her run to the Wimbledon 4th round in 2022, ranked inside the top 100 in 2022. And famously, she must get sick of people saying this in relation to her, but it was hugely significant. Victory over Serena Williams in the first round of that event. It was Serena's final Wimbledon, as it turned out. That was a really breakthrough year for Tan, reaching her peak ranking of number 90, making 2023 a consolidation year with a bit more pressure, a lot more pressure. And she did take a bit of a tumble down the rankings. There's a shortage of grass court events outside of this level of ITFW 100 and above, so less playing opportunities.
That's first serve.
Oh, she just fainted to the forehand side, Tan. Not enough to completely right herself out of the rally, but enough to plant herself on the back foot. Had to make a guess, though.
Football.
50-0.
Not the ideal way, not that there is an ideal way to get your first double fault. It's just going to maybe be in Van Uytvanck's head a little bit now, how close her foot is to that line. She can do this all day long behind the first serve, steadies herself nicely, keeps the forward movement, always leaning through her shots, and then once again it's the forehand side that is capable of such depth and range. Wall in the forecourt. And looking like she's playing within herself there, Van Uytvanck. Potentially an extra gear or two if she needs them. And a scoreboard that's still sitting in her favor, so hoping to apply a lot of scrutiny to this Harmony Tan service game. Cranking it up a notch. No, she's not been far off on the return games, Tan, and that might get to another player. Here she's keeping her cool and just going about her business. Her one concern is that her first serve percentage today is extremely low. It's below 50% of first serves landed. And if that remains the case, the door remains open. Great reach. She stabilized herself in the forecourt so quickly, Van Uytvanck. Never panicked as this ball came back. There it is. Even at 40 love, if she couldn't get that percentage up, it was going to be dangerous at 10 because of the proactive mindset that Van Uytvanck brings to the court and how secure she is at this tournament. Won the title on her last outing here 2 years ago. Claimed the same level title on grass in Nottingham the year prior when Surbiton was not played. That's really good composure from Tan. From the moment she put the drop shot into play, she was calling the shots.
Left serve.
Arrow fired.
Juice.
Yeah, got that ball awkwardly up against Tan's body as she looked to impose herself in the forecourt. That bought her positioning.
Advantage 10. Juice. First serve. Advantage, Van Uytvanck.
And just the way she's holding herself on the court, she's very confident of her position within this match. Van Uytvanck read the serve perfectly in order to get a look in on her forehand. She's trusted the process in this game. Break point for the double break once more. Yeah, she was sailing too close to the wind with that serving percentage, 10. And it's exactly the outcome the Belgian was after. She is looking every inch the former champion here on center court, and she has steadied herself to the first chance to serve for this opening set, 5-2. She struggled with her first serve percentage a little, 10, this week. Not as much as she is today in her first and quarter-final matches against Kayla Day and Greet Minim respectively. But when she played Katie Dunn a few days ago, that was her most recent match on center court, she was landing less than 50% of her first serves. What aided her that day is that her opponent was in a very similar boat. This isn't one that I can properly explain to you, but it does happen to be the case that both her matches on center court have been the matches where she is not getting up to that 50% mark. Her first serves landed just 44% today, and that fully kept the door open in a game just now where she led 40-love. Definitely a bit windier today.
Left first serve.
And with the tighter moments that she's consistently come through, there's no real scoreboard pressure at the moment to take Van Uytvanck off her rhythm, backing herself up the court behind a great first serve.
Left first serve. Fancy love. Love.
She looks as comfortable as if she's in her living room, Van Uytvanck, and with her success at this tournament in the past, she pretty much is. Triple set point. Has to be that good.
40-15.
Getting an idea, Tan, that Van Uytvanck would look to exploit the backhand and was able to control that from height well above her shoulder. But still chasing. Incredible way to take the set. Former champion stuff from Alison Van Uytvanck, queen of the key moments, and taking the play out of Harmony Tan's hands. She has 1 foot in another Lexus Surbiton Trophy final. They're just leading the way on serve, Van Uytvanck, and serving first. So that did give 10 the scoreboard to deal with alongside everything else, but double faults came at costly moments for 10. 4 of them in total in that set. She's just got to look at that first serve percentage. I mean, the head-to-head, as a reminder, does sit at 1 apiece between these two, and their last meeting came on grass in 2022. The stats sheet for that match is incredibly close. You'll rarely see a match with more similar statistics. Even there, 10 was just a couple of cent below in number of first serves landed.
Time.
Saved the same number of break points as her opponent, only faced 1 more, and yet a 7-6, 6-3 scoreline in the favor of Van Uytvanck. So she's come into this match knowing that a high sustained level is required of her 10.
Love 15.
Getting significantly unsettled
Love 30.
with Van Uytvanck's versatility from the baseline. 2 points, 2 second serves. And the scoreboard really starting to slide away from 10. Run of 3 games against her at the end of the first set.
Love 40.
There we go. Well, the difference it makes.
15-40.
She does not give a lot away with her demeanor on the court 10. She's got to be feeling the tension of the moment.
30-40.
And she's handling it impeccably for the time being. Well done. Well, that's the best consistent tennis that she has played in this match 10, and it comes at a massive moment. She's broken first game of the second set, and Van Uytvanck has the opportunity to build the scoreboard again. That could be disastrous. She stepped up the aggression. First or second serve in this game. Van Uytvanck initially getting the depth of shot to hold her back there, but the moment a bit of length came off, Tan was on the aggressive. Huge hold of serve, potentially vital for the 25-year-old. Admirable composure from a woman who had to show it in the first round of Roland Garros qualifying. It was a phenomenal turnaround a couple of weeks ago. And pressure there as well as a home player with expectations. She was the higher ranked player in that clash as well against Nastasia Shunk. 2 tie breaks in the first set. Sorry, 2 tie breaks to start the match. It's Saturday, it's been a long week. And she was down 10 significantly. She was down match points in the second set. On multiple occasions, came through, won the match.
No. 15 love.
Right on the chalk.
15.
And she'll be able to draw on the way she was able to turn that first game around. Tan from love 40.
Out. 30-15.
Oh.
40-15.
The moment. Could have been 30 all.
Not up. 40-30.
She wouldn't have wanted to be down triple break point 10, but the fact she's been able to navigate back into the match from that position just seems to have leveled out the playing field a little. She's now having more success on the switch up. But shut out of the picture with the ferocity of that first serve. Was a game changer for Van Uytvanck coming into the second semi-final of the day. And she gives her opponent a look at something different once again.
13 love.
Go!
30 love.
Oh my. It's such a heavy strike, that forehand, and that ball dropped at the last millisecond. She's done it again. The shape on that ball making it pretty hard to judge when she's found the middle of the strings with it. That slice just sitting where she wanted it. And putting the pressure back on.
Out!
40, 30. Game 10.
Well, she's a little more clear on what she wants to do out here. 10 to stay involved. Clinical length to the body to keep the Van Uytvanck forehand from making its move. And maybe the Belgian will just regret rushing things slightly at 30 all. Does keep 10 ahead in this second set. Well, the sun on its way back out before the rain hit earlier on. Tatiana Maria, the number 2 seed, saw herself safely into tomorrow's final with a straight sets win over qualifier Olivia Gadecki. Managed Gadecki's brand of imposing power tennis to steer her way through. The 36-year-old, the former Wimbledon semi-finalist.
Time.
Van Uytvanck with a strong run to the championship, at the championships herself. We've spoken about Tans in 2022, beating Serena and backing it up by making her way to the last 16. But in the year of her career high ranking, Van Uytvanck took out the defending champion at Wimbledon, Garbine Muguruza. That was in the second round. And also made round 4 with another victory over soon-to-be world number 2, Annette Kontaveit. Plum on the line. Feels significant that she's just done that off her backhand side, Van Uytvanck. The forehand has really bitten in this match so far. Just keeping 10 guessing.
Oh!
Wait, please.
Again, it's so sharp, the drop shot.
13-15.
Tan's had to run from so deep to get there, and it's given Van Uytvanck time to stabilize herself, prepare to finish things off if the drop shot itself is not point ending.
Wait, please. That's you.
Just sprinkling in this serve and volley, Van Uytvanck. So far, she's not overplaying any combination. Very good pacing.
Left her serve. Forward.
Felt like something of a statement there from Van Uytvanck. 10 on the same side of the court as her team, which I think features her mum this week. And she's talking a little bit, which is allowed under the current coaching rules from the same end of the court. This tournament is listed as a coaching trial, so different new coaching rules in effect, and I have to actually issue an apology while the current chair umpire is on court. Ah, that's just pinpoint accurate. And she's got a little bit to feed off Van Uytvanck with a few more words coming from Harmony Tan's side of the net, and the double fault coming into play right off the bat as well. Knows she's making her mark.
Love 40.
All guns blazing. She's come at this fast and furious, Van Uytvanck, and once again she has been allowed to by the lack of first serves that just gave her a platform. Good steadying from Tan. She's bounced back from love 40 once in this set. She's going to have to do so all over again. The previous love 40 deficit summoned her best channeled tennis. Will this do the same?
30-40. Game Van Uytvanck.
Not to be this time. She's played with fire a little too often,
Van
10.
Uytvanck leads by 3 games to 2.
And the steadier level is coming from the opposite end of the court. It's Alison van Uytvanck who's kept pushing with the set and a break advantage. Now, picking up on what I was saying, I do have to publicly apologize to our chair umpire Georgia for this match, because a couple of days ago there was a match on this court where one of the players was talking to their team at the back end of the court, and there are these new coaching rules in place that we're all getting to grips with, and I've got them on a sheet of paper in front of me, and my goodness, it's complicated. There's a lot of them. But earlier in the day, Harriet Dart had been having a conversation with her coaches, just stood at the baseline very obviously in the break between sets, and it was because her opponent was off the court having a medical timeout, so it was allowed. Another player went to the baseline and had a conversation with her coach later in the day, and it was not allowed because there was no medical timeout going on. Her opponent was still on the court. I was not aware of this, so hands up, apologies. Umpire was right, I was very much wrong. Learned my lesson, got my sheet in front of me, won't go wrong again. Well, Alison van Uytvanck, she's got this match fully in her grasp now.
Love the team.
It's now or never.
Love 30.
Now, love 40, previous service hold to the one where she was just broken. 10, she was swinging from the deficit. Started doing so again in the last game. It was a step too far. Not allowed to on this occasion, the accuracy from van Uytvanck. Maybe a little hangover in the first point of this game from the Belgian. Has she stopped herself in time?
Ball.
Maybe not.
15-40.
Well, this is the first time she's fully had something to lose. Van Uytvanck, she's been the cleaner player of the two. The scoreboard reflects that to this point. Has to stay tidy.
Game 10.
Now, back on serve. The break never counts until it's been backed up.
3 games all.
And Harmony 10, with a bit of a helping hand, prevents the consolidation.
Love the team.
Well, there are a few more lumps and bumps in the court now after all these days of play. Easier to trip, easier for the ball to take a different bounce. Strong response.
50-0. That's up.
Oh!
15-30.
It really is about how strong she is off the ground at this point, Tan, because when she's been in this much of a headspace with the first serve throughout the match, it's very difficult to see that shifting today. Hand skills by the bucket load. But ultimately, that net cord did work against Tan. It limited her options. And while that's unfortunate, she did once again open the door with the double fault.
Oh!
Game.
3 games, 3 breaks. And Alison van Uytvanck is back on top at this sit-down.
Uytvanck leads by 4 games to 3.
Edging along the wire. If she holds in the next game, she'll be 1 game away from returning to the Surbiton final in her first appearance here since her title run in 2022. With strong runs to her name over a period of years and trophies accumulated as well. She does have a fair amount more experience on this surface, van Uytvanck, compared to Harmony Tan, who is much earlier on in her own career as far as this surface goes, having committed for a long time to the ITF World Tennis Tour at its entry level. She didn't really play juniors, Tan. Went immediately to the pro game, learning on the job, testing herself out against the best. And good watch.
Love 15.
Just in anticipation that the serve and volley was coming this time. It was a kick on the serve. It was a slower delivery from van Uytvanck. Tan watched her on the approach. Oh, it's happened again. It's a good sign that she can laugh it off. That's really frustrating at love 15. Yeah, which is to say, not even really a look at Junior Wimbledon for Tan. So it took a while for her to get on the grass courts. But it's obvious that it's a surface that is suited so well to her.
15-30.
And that she does have more up her sleeve than she's shown consistently today. It is taking scoreboard deficits for her to really back herself up the court with pace off the ground. And that's all very well, but in that situation, she's relying on a dip from Van Uytvanck. In order to win a match, you have to be able to produce when you're on the front foot. Still rallying to give herself another shot at getting there. The Frenchwoman looking to make it 4 successive breaks of serve.
Juice.
That's clutch. Particularly when her own first serve percentage is dipped in this set. Van Uytvanck, it's all about the timing, the moment of production.
Advantage, Van Uytvanck. Next, Purcell. Juice.
Well, multiple times that side of the court, she's handled the high kick second serve to her backhand really well, Tan. Often when she's been beaten on that side on the return, it's due to pace.
Advantage, Tan.
Patience being tested now for Van Uytvanck. This second set on a knife edge.
Juice. serve. Advantage. Uytvanck.
And the serve and forehand combination, her trusty two. She's got to be committing to that combination right now, Uytvanck, to push her way through this game. If she does, momentum heavily on her side. Ah, too good. Tan finding the two-hander and executing behind that build. Very tough to read as she took the less dominant hand off the racket handle with it behind her.
Advantage Tan.
Coming through with the cat and mouse, Uytvanck.
Juice.
Now, what a game this could prove to be. Starting to feel like if Uytvanck pushes through it, it's highly likely match deciding. Fifth juice of the game here. 3 break points saved.
Advantage Uytvanck. Game Uytvanck.
And there it is. That's a huge hold of serve after 3 straight breaks. And 3 break points saved.
Uytvanck leads by 5 games to 3.
Almost counts for double that. It puts a 2-game deficit on the scoreboard, and it leaves Harmony Tan with it all to do as she serves to stay in this semi-final match.
Equals. Up.
Yeah, she's got 2 things going for her here, Tan. The fact that she has produced to her highest level when she's been outright chasing. And the second, new balls in play. Just gives her a bit more fizz on her shots and minimizes the chances of Uytvanck getting locked in from the first ball.
First love. love out.
There was a murmur from the crowd there. You could just tell that was going to be a clean winner from the moment racket connected with ball. She's got phenomenal touch in the forecourt, Van Uytvanck, to completely strip that shot of pace, cradle it into the court.
Ouch! 14-15. Going 10.
Credit to her. Unruffled under pressure. She'd been asked a massive question there and she came back with an emphatic answer. So she's done what she can, Harmony 10. Now it's on Van Uytvanck to sustain her level, and it's not a done deal at this point. The 2022 winner will serve for the match shortly. The kind of calm that saw Tan get that phenomenal win over Serena Williams in 2022 in what was her Wimbledon debut, which is absolutely incredible to think about, going up one of the champions of the sport, not just across the board, but at the championships itself. The younger Williams sister with 6 trophies to her name on those Wimbledon lawns. And a surreal moment for Tan, who'd grown up watching Serena on TV at that very tournament. She can hold her nerve there. In a tight final set tiebreak, she can hold it here with Alison Van Uytvanck serving for the match.
Ouch! 15 love.
Oh my. Of all the net chords, I think that one has thought about it the longest. Could be a tournament saving point for Tan. Rides on the Van Uytvanck serve.
$30.50.
yeah, happy to be through.
And Holly has a bit of a different game, doesn't she? She's very well suited to the grass. She makes lots of drop shots and slices. Did you have to sort of change your strategy to adapt to her game style?
Yeah, I knew it was tricky on grass. She's playing really well. You know, the most important thing is the first 4 shots, so I needed to be really aggressive on the serve and the return, and it worked out well.
And watching you this week, like we've done a few interviews now, haven't we? I've watched a lot of your matches. You seem to be growing in confidence match after match. Is that how it feels?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in the beginning you always have to adjust after the clay to come to the grass, but I mean, it's like home for me, the grass.
In the final of the Lexus Surbiton Trophy, Alison van Uytvanck.
Yeah, she'd lost 3 of her last 4 matches coming into this tournament, Van Uytvanck, after winning a title at an entry-level pro event, looking to build back from the injury that kept her out of much of last season.
Nakashima.
So just pays testament to what comfort can do for you. Success at Surbiton in the past, and maybe another trophy tomorrow. Time will tell. She'll take on Tatiana Maria, but it's time to find out who will contest the men's singles final. 2 semi-finals coming up for you, and the next of those onto centre court very shortly will be the number 6 seed Brandon Nakashima up against Leandro Riedi.
Ciao guys. Very well, thanks. So it's okay because they're not calling through the net today. They're only calling
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to our ball crew from Holyfield Secondary School. Let's give them a big round of applause. And our LTA officials.
Yeah, cheers.
ladies and gentlemen, it is time to introduce our players for the third match of the day here on centre court. From Switzerland, please welcome Leandro Riedi. And from the USA, let's give a very warm welcome to Brandon Nakashima.
Okay, 25 seconds will start when I call the score. Tell boxes would you like to take? In the green one. Okay. And please just respect the minutes, okay? Any questions at all, guys? No, you want to call heads or tails? Tails, so that's the tails, that's the heads. Tails is called. And it is tails. That's your first serve. Okay, good match, guys. Good match.
Currently just outside of the world's top 150, he reached a career high ranking of world number 126 in March of last year. As a junior, he climbed to world number 6 in the combined rankings, which he attained in 2020. His first ATP Tour win came 3 years later in Marseille at the 2023 Open 13 Provence. Having started the year off ranked outside of the world's top 300, he's climbed over 150 ranking spots over the course of this year and won back-to-back challenger titles in January. Today is his 5th challenger semi-final of the year. From Switzerland, please welcome Leandro Riedi. A former junior world number 3, he broke into the ATP's top 50 in July of 2022 and achieved a career high ranking of number 43 in October of the same year after winning his first ATP title in San Diego. The following year, he upset world number 5 Holger Rune 6-love, 6-2 for the biggest win of his career. And that was to reach the 2023 ATP Masters 1000 tournament in Shanghai. That was the 3rd round. In the Grand Slams, he's reached the 3rd round at Roland Garros and the US Open and enjoyed a run to the last 16 of Wimbledon in 2022, when his run was ended by a 5-set loss to Nick Kyrgios. Today he competes in his 6th Challenger semi-final of the year. From San Diego, California, please welcome Brandon Nakashima. Our chair umpire for today's match is Ben Anderson from Great Britain. And ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy to the players and your fellow spectators, we ask that you please turn all mobile phones and audible devices to silent during the match and refrain from using flash photography. Enjoy the tennis.
Welcome back to centre court at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy on a semi-final Saturday. The first of the ATP Challenger Tour semis taking place right here, right now. And a first outing on centre court this week for both players on court. On your screen, Leandro Riedi of Switzerland, 22 years old, much the same as his number 6 seeded opponent today, Brandon Nakashima. The two of them steadily working their way to the stage around the grounds over the past few days. And now the stakes rise. Winner goes through to the final to face either Harris or Harris. Lloyd Harris and Billy Harris going head-to-head in the match following this one, but could be a lot of tennis to be played prior to that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the semi-final match will be the best of 3 tiebreak sets. And then Nakashima won a toss and chose to serve.
And his serve has been an imposing presence so far this week. Nakashima, who is now the only seed still standing at this event, but the quality and the depth of the field, I'm sure, will mean that he doesn't feel like he has the target on his back. It's always a very strong field in this first week of the grass court season, with Roland Garros still ongoing in Paris. And he's had to battle to be here. 2 of his 3 wins coming in 3 sets. Had to come back from a set down against Matteo Bellucci in the first round, 6-7, 7-5, 7-6, the scoreline. And then João Fonseca, former junior #1, his victim in the second round before a straight sets defeat of Zachary Spider. Got him to this stage. Riedi faced his compatriot Dominic Stricker in the first round. Good to see Stricker back after injury setting him back the whole of this season to date. Riedi himself has had a really disrupted year, different physical and mental setbacks, just keeping him off the court from time to time, and it's phenomenal the way he keeps coming back with a bang.
30 seconds.
Shoshima Bakuro, his victim in the second round, 5-7, 6-4, 6-4 the scoreline, and then his most comprehensive win of the week so far, Riedi, yesterday over Shintaro Moshizuki. 6-4, 6-1, the scoreline there to see him into the semis. So he's 3 of 3 on grass courts in 2024, and this just his 3rd pro tournament on this surface. So very fresh to it, Riedi, but he's got an imposing game that can thrive in these conditions. And he's going to look to go strike for strike with Nakashima and keep this scoreboard close in what is the 3rd match of the day on center court. This event played alongside an ITFW 100 for the women. Tatiana Maria and Alison Uytvanck, former champion, will go head-to-head tomorrow for that title. But in this clash, it's Riedi versus Nakashima for the 2nd time this season. They did face off at the beginning of the year. That was indoors, and that was a win for Riedi. 6-2, 6-4 on that occasion.
First set. And then Nakashima to serve. Ready? Play. 15 love.
Server's been doing some serious work for Nakashima this week. His most impressive statistic coming into this match, the fact that he's saved 12 of the 14 break points he's faced across his 3 matches. So the key there is that it's been holding up under pressure for him. The key for Riedi is that his opponent has been pressurized, so there will be opportunity, and he's got the aggressive return to expose.
14-15.
If he's given a look at.
40 seconds.
First time out here this week, but Nakashima has seen this court before a couple of years ago. When he was 20 years old, contested the Surbiton Trophy, fell at the quarterfinal stage to a certain Andy Murray. Two tight sets there for Nakashima against the man who is the defending champion. Murray initially planning to contest the Lexus Surbiton Trophy, but as he begins to wind down his career and prioritize and battle different physical setbacks, opted against it this season. Dead ball. Solid start to the encounter for Brandon Nakashima.
Virtually mute. Yeah, not mute though, just virtually.
In off a straight sets defeat of his fellow American Zachary Svider, the world number 123, who got the better of the number 2 seed, Dan Evans, on this very court a couple of days ago. Nakashima, a real force on the lawns in 2022. Backed up his quarter-final run in Surbiton with a run to the quarter-finals of the ATP event in the Netherlands. Significant wins over Tommy Paul and former Wimbledon semi-finalist Sam Querrey. Fourth round of Wimbledon. Lost out to Nick Kyrgios in 5 sets. How nice is that?
15.
Clinical execution behind suffocating depth of shot. Nakashima would have had to get his sprint on to track that down. Too far.
Love.
Okay, how's that for a start on serve? Showing a real range to his skill set there, Riedi. And despite different setbacks this season, including stomach issues more recently that disrupted the back end of his clay campaign, he's made his mark on the ATP Challenger Tour. He won 2 titles straight out of the starting blocks at the beginning of the year. He's made 4 finals total.
That's 15. 13 love.
Strong coverage corner to corner so far from Riedi.
15.
I'm just asking the extra question of Nakashima. Can he keep his consistency up? Yeah, awkward return to deal with. Not the cleanest hit, but
30.
working to the Swiss player's advantage. Nakashima with a charge up the court. He's got to steady himself, get his balance back, and he can't strike through that forehand. Has to get the lift up the back. Solid serve worked against him.
40. 30. Juice.
It's just caught shallow in the court. He's got to be swift and committed with those net approaches, Nakashima, when he's made that decision. And really, he's got to be patient because that is going to happen from time to time. Part of the package for Nakashima. Landed 12 aces in his straight sets defeat of Zach Sveider.
Game. Nakashima.
2 juice games that he's hung on to, Nakashima, in the early stages of this match. And having chosen to serve, he's got the scoreboard ticking in his favor.
Leandro, if at any point you want the umbrella, just let me know, okay?
Eyeing up his first singles final on the grass. It's such a marked contrast between Nakashima's 2022 season on the lawns and 2023. He went 10 wins, 4 losses 2 years ago. And then last year, just 1 win to 4 losses. And he has had his troubles, Nakashima, with persistent injury. I believe it was his knee. And that did dog him in 2023. But there's also that mental hurdle of, in 2022, he was fresh to these conditions and playing with more of an underdog mentality, capitalizing on the work he'd done on the clay and really running with momentum into the grass court season. Suddenly in 2023, he had to back that up, and it's very different, something that Riedi knows himself with all the points he had to defend at the back end of last year.
Foul!
15 love.
It's getting so low, so essential on this surface. Clutch control.
That's 30 love.
Going big with the second. To effect.
Riedi.
And that just oozes confidence. Back-to-back love holds for Leandro Riedi.
2 games off.
Picks up 1 win on grass courts last season as he was held back at the beginning of the grass court swing, only got to compete at Ilkley in the qualifying, and then the Wimbledon qualifying itself. That 1 win was a big one over Thanasi Kokkinakis in the first round at Roehampton.
Lights. Love 50.
It's good length of shot, and you can just sense Nakashima muscling the forehand a bit. Riedi's held both his service games so quickly, so viciously. Just switches pressure to Nakashima to replicate behind his own serve, match those blows. He sent a message. It's so slick.
Love 40.
Forehand is such a dangerous shot. Really stood out on his way up the rankings. He's familiar with the UK, really. Played a lot of ITF events here on his way up. Triple break point.
Go!
$15.40. $13.40.
Yeah, that's a clutch serve. Reminder of that break point stat for Nakashima. Saved all the break points he faced in his first round and his quarterfinal. Has only been broken on 2 out of 14 opportunities previously. 14 out of 16 now.
Out!
But it was just too deep a hole to dig out of.
Riedi leads by 3 games to
Sailing dangerously there, Nakashima, and it got the better of him. Leandro Riedi with the first break of this first men's semi-final in Surbiton.
Oh boy, can you bring those balls in, please? 3 balls, thanks.
He knows his DNA as a player. First watched him a couple of years ago at a Futures event, first rung of the professional ladder in Nottingham. So many guys at that event that could play good tennis. The difference in Riedi was his willingness to go after his shots, and particularly his forehand, whatever the scoreboard. Break points down, same commitment. And that's a kind of attacking strike that this surface is really going to reward. If he can maintain the patience with himself when he's occasionally missing the mark, because when you go for your shots like that, that is going to happen sometimes. David Sanguinetti in the coaching corner for Nakashima. Bit of work to be done here.
51.
He's 10 of 10 points on serve in this match. Perfect, again. So locked in right now.
He leads by 4 games to 2.
And it was dangerous the way he rattled through the second set of his quarterfinal match. Just showed that he played his way in here, really. It was such a contrast to the tight scoreline against Shoshima Bakuro in the second round. Came from a set down when the last 2 games broke serve for the win. It was tight down the wire.
Out!
I needed that, anything like that, Nakashima. He's not landing a particularly low percentage of first serves out here. That strike's just not as effective in this matchup. He's won 56% of his first serve points to his opponent's 100. Pulling the trigger.
30-50.
And Nakashima's got to find a way to switch up the rhythm from the baseline, or he's going to get burned. Mix a slice in there. Or a serve and volley.
40-50.
Some clutch serve, and he's made his decision to move in as he's hit it, Nakashima, so he's quickly up the court.
You also
And by far his most comprehensive hold of serve, Nakashima. Slowing
just
things
mind
down.
Your right shoelace is undone. Yeah.
And the American will hope that he's slowed his opponent down just by getting that game on the board more swiftly than previously, in touch. He's got a lot of match play behind him this season, Nakashima. Currently sits at 38 wins to 15 losses, very positive differential. Should lend him a helping hand in navigating the tighter moments of this set.
Time.
Riedi's come out seriously firing with a high level of precision. As Nakashima crucially keeps the scoreboard ticking over, there's just more time for him to drop off. Yet to surrender a point on serve, Riedi serving for 5-3.
Lovely.
It is just huge.
15.
And it had to be after the first point. That first point always a massive one for the receiver, particularly when Nakashima's had zero look into this point. Feels like he has a sniff of a chance, and that blows it out. He's playing with two first serves out here, Medvedev style.
13.
Cornerstone of the Medvedev game plan when he got the better of Novak Djokovic in the 2021 US Open final.
Go!
Same again. Oh, you can't tell the difference between his first and second delivery, and he's yet to truly blink. That's really frustrating for Nakashima, although he's not showing it.
Really?
Leaving nothing to chance.
He leads by 5 games to 3.
So impressive. Less than half an hour on the clock. 8 games played. Really making the most of this grass court. Hoping for the breakthrough for the set against the last seed standing in Surbiton.
Out!
Love the team.
Ooh, slim margin there.
15-0.
Pressure was on the second, not just because of the scoreboard, but because Riedi was stood right up on top of the court. And that must have caught a fraction of the back line. Saving grace for Nakashima.
Oh. 13-15.
That's well positioned on the second delivery. Just switching the spot up.
Okay.
Credit to him for how he's carried himself out here, Nakashima.
Riedi
Just the
by 5
one
games
blowout
to
service game where he dropped to love 40, and it was too high a mountain to climb. Since then, finding some level of rhythm on serve and asking his opponent to do it the hard way. Really serving for the set shortly. And he's had experience against big serves lately, Nakashima. Made the second round of Roland Garros, which is ongoing. So that's how quick the turnaround is to this first week of the grass court season. Lost out to the number 8 seed, the world number 8, Hubert Hurkacz. Maybe that first delivery neutralized a bit on the slower surface, higher bouncing surface of clay in terms of what Hurkacz has to offer, but decent scoreline for Nakashima. Won the first set in a tiebreak and was edged in a tiebreak in the fourth set. So as he builds his way back from last year's knee injury, he's got to take confidence from being able to hang with the world's elite on a big stage like that. Different day, different match here. And really still with minimal let-up on serve. The serving for the set changes mentality. Now, Nakashima just stayed his ground with some Riedi's eye line there.
15-0.
Looked like it just swayed his focus. But the serve has been relentless. And he's fast closing it. You can understand the frustration from Nakashima. It's impressive that he's not shown it more visibly earlier.
14-15.
Seals it in style. A virtually flawless serving display from Leandro Riedi in that first set. He has set the bar high on center court in the first semi-final of the men's tournament here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. He's got 1 foot in the final. And he gives nothing. He's in the zone right now, Riedi. That's reflected in those stats. He lost 1 point behind his first serve. And he didn't quite hit 70% of first serves landed, but it would have felt like he was serving first serves the entire set because he was going for so much on his second. And that automatically shifted pressure onto Nakashima's own service game, that he had to match that, to hang with that, because he was having so few opportunities on the return. From the first game, he was taken to juice Nakashima. So mentally, there was that hurdle that he had to leap very early on. I mean, it's such a mental sport. Just going to be looking for a high number of first serves in this first game of the second set, and aggressive play behind it.
Time.
To prevent Riedi from getting involved in the same way he did at the beginning of that first set. There were a few longer rallies where on the reach he just offered the extra ball, and Nakashima missed volleys on a couple of occasions, sowed the seed of doubt.
Second set. Nakashima to serve.
It's got to happen here for the American. The chance to reclaim the scoreboard. Yeah, that's tension. Both points from Nakashima. And the early sign of that first set swinging was when he muscled a couple of forehands into the net. He was trying too hard to hang with the pace that Riedi was producing. There's a lot for his opponent to feed off right now.
Odds. 1. Yeah.
Oh!
15-40.
There's always pressure coming from somewhere in this sport, internally, externally, if you allow it. It's been forced upon Nakashima here by his opponent's level.
30-40.
Clutch stuff from Nakashima.
Juice.
Two big points, 2 first serves.
Advantage, Nakashima.
Well played. Up against the most pressure made sure he had to play a minimal number of balls in that situation. Nakashima had the clarity to focus on what was totally under his control, and that was the first serve. That has been so impactful for him in Surbiton. It's a weapon he's utilized across the board, including at the back end of his very successful 2022 season. Triumphant at the Next Gen ATP Finals, which is the season-ending event for the most successful players aged 21 and under on the tour at the end of the calendar year.
51.
Impressive week there for Nakashima. Victories over the likes of Yuri Leheshka and Jack Draper. He's playing at a higher, consistent rally pace, and yet he's still got an extra gear, Riedi, when he needs it. Forehand's a bullet. Almost surprised one of those has not cropped up earlier. He's going for so much on his second serve, the Swiss player. He's still one of just 3 points that he's dropped on serve in the entire match. Blinkers on, laser focus. Clipped the net cord on the way through, but don't think it changed the outcome. He's just robbing Nakashima of time in more ways than one, off the ground and on the scoreboard. Fighting hold for Nakashima. He blinks and he has to serve again. Rerun of the first set, and we saw what happened there. First deliveries have never been more important for him. Nakashima's done everything right here, and still he's rocked back.
15.
How about the slide? Oh, that is so demoralizing. You've got to be so composed to be able to pull that out of the bag after a point like the one previous. Respect. What the opposing level has done is given him a clear path, a clear example of what he needs to do, Nakashima. He's not going to beat around the bush. The question is execution. He's left with no doubt as to what's required of him to combat. It's got to be first strike. And Riedi still has that first strike.
30.
He won't change anything, and that heightens the expectation level of the number 6 seed. You can see Colin Beecher at the back there, very end of the stands, just taking notes in the Billy Harris camp this week. Just getting an early look in ahead of a potential final showdown.
$40, $30. Right. For service. Right. For service.
That's really class stuff from Nakashima.
She leads by 2 units.
He's really given himself a chance to weather the storm there. It wasn't until he was behind on the scoreboard in the first set that he came through with a service hold that strong. Avoids deuce, keeps himself out in front.
Time.
Okay, so this is the biggest question mark the number 6 seed has posed so far. Even more so than asking Riedi to serve for the first set, because he still holds the scoreboard advantage right here as far as set number 2 goes. This is cold.
30 left.
He's had a whole change of ends there to sit and think about how Nakashima's got himself stabilized. Back-to-back devastating points. Make that 3 in a row.
40 left.
The crowd here today are getting a proper introduction to Leandro Riedi. This is how he rolls.
Game Riedi.
Utterly imposing.
2 2 games up.
And that game said more clearly than words. How about that? What have you got? He's held his own like this in this country before, really. He was part of the Swiss Davis Cup squad at the group stage tie in Manchester in September. He was an unexpected Player 2 nomination when Andy Murray was anticipating playing potentially Dominic Stricker, left-hander.
Out!
Really ultimately lost that match, but for over 3 hours, he went toe-to-toe, blow for blow with Murray. He landed a ton of return winners past him, including one on set point for a 9-7 tiebreak first set. 1 hour, 23 minutes. And this is the level that is required from Nakashima to just keep things ticking over and keep prolonging this match to a point where maybe he can seize the edge, much as Murray did back in September. It took a lot of doing indoors. And that is Nakashima's most comprehensive hold of the match. Maybe just finding a chink in the armor there. Potentially a bump in the court as well on one of those serves, and he will take it. The highest ranked player remaining in Surbiton, still on top in set 2. And it's not a surprise that Riedi is taking to the grass courts even with such minimal experience. If you look at his record on this season, 25 match wins, 16 coming on indoor hard courts. Which is the other surface that really generates that pace. The two coaches in his camp there, Timo on the left, Yannick on the right. New team at the very beginning of this season. Second time in the match that he's won the first point on the return, Nakashima. There's a slightly different feeling this time, that he has just managed to slow things down.
Up!
15.
Or not. Still yet to blink. There is just no answer to that. He is reliant on hanging around long enough, Nakashima, for the level on the other side to drop or to get to a tiebreak where the number of points required in a streak is less than it would be to break serve. So it's really testing of his focus out here just to keep his head in the game and keep his shoulders up and control the controllables. One of the fastest paced matches that Centre Court has seen so far this week. Short return punished. Solid start.
Let's. Persons.
Out!
30 love.
Yeah, that's a great combination from Nakashima.
40 love.
It is all about those first two strikes and really good choice of serve into the body, taking away the angle and maximizing his chances of getting up on top of the court early. Drove into the open court.
Up!
40-15.
Out!
Stabilizing steadily in set two. And so we do head closer to crunch time. The most significant scoreboard position he's been in, Nakashima, because if he does somehow manage to make a dent on the return in this next game, and the scoreboard might help him, he would serve to level the match. Put a real shift in this year. Nakashima set out ranked world number 134. He's well back inside the realms of the top 100 now. Reached the semi-final at his very first Challenger Tour event of the season in Canberra, Australia. Incidentally, the same event where Riedi reached the final at the beginning of last year. And due to his testing end of 2023, really missing out on Australian Open qualifying this year, and therefore those lead-up events. So good. He's quickly up the court, he's tracked that. He's adjusted accordingly. And that start to the season in Europe was a testament to Riedi's ability to focus in on the moment. It was such a disappointment and such a mental trial, pushing through physical discomfort and iffy form at the end of last year, trying to keep his ranking up for Australia. And yet locked straight back in again beginning of this year. 2 trophies in 1 month, including his highest level title.
30-15.
Okay. It's the first time he's got to 30 all on the return, Nakashima. And the thing with this surface is that while it does reward the big strike and the big serve, things can play out so quickly that it only takes a couple of points to swing the scoreboard and shift momentum. Length of shot, slowing his opponent down.
40.
Slightly slower serve, just giving him the opportunity to get involved. Nakashima with break point. And that's break point taken. Patience is a virtue. And that has been on full display from Nakashima in this second set. It was an unbelievably sustained level from Riedi. And there'll be incredible frustration bubbling now because it literally took 2 or 3 points. He had not been troubled on serve at all up until that point. Nakashima upping his own level just to turn up the heat, serving to level now. He needed one of those first 2 points, Riedi, without question, just helping him not to dwell on what's happened the last couple of minutes and reinforcing the good stuff he's done in this match, and there's been plenty of it. With that scoreboard pressure alleviated, he has freed up on his own serve. He's biting into the mark more regularly, Nakashima. And he's pulling away here, double set point. Okay. Well, that is how you send a message. Second serve destroyed. Just reminding Nakashima that he's got to keep his own level up. He's got to win this set. just enough
And
to
second
trouble with the
set,
slice.
Nakashima.
Composure to capitalize from Nakashima.
16-3.
It was never a
settle.
sure thing until the final couple of minutes. Credit to him for how he carried himself. That must have been so difficult with the rockets racing past him. He does weather the storm, and he does force a deciding set. Pretty similar story to Lloyd Harris' match yesterday. He was blown away by his opponent's serving form for the first set and was visibly agitated, Harris, as he took on Bibit Zakayev of Kazakhstan, and just hung around long enough to get the breakthrough, and then it was Lloyd Harris' match. Nakashima just upping the ante with his own serve. He did control the controllables, and he did so often enough to just shift things for his opponent. Really struggling with the depth of shot in that game where he got broken, wasn't swinging as freely. Up against the length from the American. Far more intense behind his first serve in that set, Nakashima. He landed a similar percentage of those deliveries, but he won almost 30% more of those points. There was more ferocity and more confidence about the 1-2 punch. That tight first service hold from break points down making all the difference. Now Riedi has the opportunity to flip the script once again. Consolation prize for the world number 151. Serving first in this third set shootout. Winner makes the final of the Lexus Surbiton Trophy 2024 ATP Challenger Tour 125 level event. First time he's been pegged back from being in a winning position this week, Riedi. In his previous 3-set match against the Japanese world number 223, he lost the opener, won the second. So a different mental scenario here. And just rushing that play. Bit too quickly onto the forehand. That's Nakashima digging his heels in, making himself more of a presence.
Oh.
40-30.
That is really high-level control at the net.
First game, final set.
And a really big hold of serve. You can just tell from the reaction. Riedi's been pretty measured in terms of how he's carried himself throughout this, but a definite show of just happiness with how that played out there. Sliding like he's still on clay. And even though it's not his most comprehensive hold, it's a big one because he's played things a little differently there. He's gone for the second serve with more security. He's not thumping it in like a first delivery anymore, playing with a bit more shape off the ground to build. So on the one hand, Nakashima's going to feel like he has more of a play on the return in this set, but on the other, really not going for broke and still holding strong. And when he had those opportunities at the very beginning of the match, Nakashima, he did not contest with the same conviction. He's just bided his time and backed himself to drive from the height of the bounce here, where previously he was rushing to take a volley. There's been a shift in the pace of play from the back of the court. And so he's going to back himself to hold his own from there more often. Nice work. It's been a slight role reversal here. For the first set and a half, it was Nakashima scrambling to hold and really racing through his service games. Now it's the number 6 seed posing some strong questions here on center court. That's a big point. That's the kind of rally he wants to be winning right now, Riedi, because there are more of them coming into play. Second serve ace. And he took himself into double digits of aces on the match in that game, really. Never a better time for it. Just when Nakashima was leveling things out and maybe even tipping the scales in his direction, the Swiss player keeping a hold of the scoreboard. 2-1 going with serve in this third set. Yannick Steiniger there. I think I've got the pronunciation right of the surname. I can be told later if not. He was playing himself up until very recently. He won a title on the ITF doubles circuit earlier this year, but he'd already started working with Riedi on a part-time basis, traveling with him sometimes to tournaments, and they had a very good success rate together. He was there for those title wins at the beginning of the year. So since he lifted that doubles trophy, it's been all in to making a success of that partnership. Timo involved as well.
Sorry, yeah, just help yourself.
Scoreboard back with the Swiss. Nakashima serving 1-2. And the pendulum just marginally starting to swing back the other way. He could only go fast and furious for so long, Riedi. It was a ridiculous level that he was playing on serve for the vast majority of those first two sets. And then his accuracy went off and he was still going for that kind of margin. He's just brought it back down here. A miss there, but doing the right thing, tracking the ball. Showing Nakashima that he is still there.
Fault!
And that might just have had an impact there. The fact that he has underlined his presence and that he has been going after the second serves. Nakashima just going for a touch too much. Slim margins made the difference in that second set for sure. Like a sponge at the back of the court, steadily soaking it up.
30-40.
And steadiness, the key word there. Nakashima ramping it up on a couple of occasions and unable to find the crack. That's a big break
Riedi.
at the beginning of this third set. First break point of the
Riedi
set.
leads by 3 games to 1.
Immediately taken. Just more sustained by the world number 151 there. Composed himself so well in the early stages of this match, Nakashima. Can he do it? Now there's more on the line. Now he's more tired. Yeah, that's telling. He didn't even run for that, Nakashima.
30.
And a lot of that is his positioning behind the baseline. So far back as he's standing to receive the first serve, but just knew he didn't have a chance there.
Go! Hey!
30-15.
Well, he's got the confidence back on that second strike. Has the space on the scoreboard once more to really go after it. And he's paced this really well, Leandro Riedi.
He leads by 4 games to 1.
Still a way to go to the finish line. But that's really encouraging stuff over the past few minutes.
One game till ball change yet.
And he's in prime position to become the first player into the ATP Challenger Tour final here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy, first grass court event of the season. And it would be the first grass court final of Riedi's career in just his third tournament professionally on the surface. Even as a top-ranked junior, cracked the world's top 10 at number 6. Didn't see much of the surface. And both of these players called upon to show resilience last season. Nakashima with the knee issues off the back of a really encouraging 2022 run of performances. Riedi with back-to-back challenger titles to end his 2022 season, a strong start in 2023, then a foot injury that really gave him grief. Back issues as well. Big question as to how much Nakashima has left in the legs here. Couple of 3-setters behind him in Surbiton. And there might be quicker points at times here on the grass courts, but the ball's bouncing low. You've got to get down to it relentlessly. Mental strain manifests itself physically as well.
13-15.
He's just a step slower. And Riedi would do well to play this return game carefully, because it just suddenly feels like Nakashima's there for the taking. There it is. If there's enough length and if time is snatched away, then Nakashima's now in trouble. Hung tough out here as blow after blow was landed. But the first breakthrough of this set felt big, and if he can get to the double break, Leandro Riedi, it's unlikely he'll be looking back. There it is. That could be decisive. He has composed himself impeccably in this deciding set. Got to be so pleased with how tough he's been out here. Kept his head in the game. And he's wearing down the final seed remaining in the competition. Leandro Riedi serving for his spot in the Lexus Surbiton Trophy final. He's not going to blink. Not today. Not with this scoreboard advantage. He's done the hard work. Slim margins got away from him at the back end of the second set, but this has been really impressive. Triple match point.
Out!
It's the first grass court final of Leandro Riedi's career. And it's a 5th ATP Challenger Tour final this season. What a campaign from the Swiss player.
Here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy, Leandro Riedi.
More setbacks at the back end of the clay court season, and it's water off his back. Brilliant match against the number 6 seed today. Served up a storm at the beginning of this encounter and measured things well at the back end of the match. For Brandon Nakashima, it's great to see him back in the latter stages of an event on a surface that he's so capable on. Deep run at Wimbledon a couple of years ago, but it's Riedi into tomorrow's final. Let's hear from him. Got to be pleased. with the efforts that he's put in today.
So congratulations on reaching your 5th challenger final of the year. I don't know if you know this, but that was your 3rd best win by ranking of the year. You must be delighted.
I didn't know. I didn't know, but thank you. Yeah, it's the best feeling, especially on the surface. I mean, I've been watching it since I'm a little kid on the TV, and it's only my 3rd professional tournament on this surface, and I'm in love with it. And I mean, here are the courts really well. So no, I'm very happy. Yeah.
Well, talking of the surface, you have now made a challenger final this year on hard, on clay, and now on grass. So talk to us about the transitions and adaptations you've had to make in your game.
I mean, every surface has their own game. On clay, I was very surprised that I made it to the final, to be honest. And also on grass, on the first tournament, to make it to the final means so much to me. And yeah, every court has their different style, so I need to adapt, but everyone else has to too. And yeah, no, it's a great feeling.
And a fantastic win today against Brandon, who's such a good grass court player, who's made the 4th round of Wimbledon. What do you think gave you the edge in that final set?
I mean, grass is 1-2 points decides the match, and yeah, in the 3rd set it was pretty close in the beginning, and I got a crucial break at, I think 2-1 it was, so, and then it just went a bit my way, and yeah, all the credits to Brandon. I mean, he's such an amazing player and a good guy, and I wish him all the best for the season. And thank you guys for coming out, for yeah, watching me. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
I think you certainly won over some new fans today. Just a final note, it's your first time here in Surbiton. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah.
Now you're winning. Congratulations. One last time, everyone. Leandro and Riedi.
3rd ever tournament on grass. Just
So
one grass court win to his name last season coming into 2024, but that form, that aggressive brand of tennis is so transferable and so rewarded by this surface. Look at the numbers. Nakashima's serve was massive in his previous matches in Surbiton, and that was taken away from him from the offset today by Riedi's own form on serve, just asking him for more. Huge percentage of the first serves won. And he really just paced himself well at the back end of the match. Well, Nakashima started to fall away. Great match. Riedi to play again tomorrow for the title. Who will he face? We'll find out over the course of the next couple of hours. It's Harris versus Harris, Lloyd and Billy on center court shortly.
ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome our ball crew and our LTA officials for our fourth match of the day here on Centre Court. So a big welcome to our ball kids from Holyfield Secondary School. And a round of applause for our LTA officials. We are ready to introduce our players. So first up from South Africa, please welcome Lloyd Harris. And from Great Britain, let's give a very warm welcome back to Centre Court to Billy Harris.
Everything the same as your last round. 7 line-up heights, all the lines are covered, 25 seconds between points. Same message from the office about the grass, please protect it. Even throwing your racket could damage it, it might be a code. Billy, for the towel boxes, green please, Lloyd, blue, and guys, we're going to announce your full names during the match, okay? Any questions? No. Lloyd, ATP, FedEx? ATP. ATP call, Billy? It's ATP.
I'll receive.
Receive?
Stay.
Good match, guys.
In 2021, he achieved a career high ranking of world number 31 after reaching his first Grand Slam quarter-final at the 2021 US Open. He started his career regularly playing ITF Futures in Egypt, Mozambique, Nigeria, and South Africa before making his ATP debut in 2017. He earned his first win in 2018 and broke the top 100 in 2019. He reached his first ATP Tour final at the 2020 event in Adelaide and would later go on to defeat Rafael Nadal in Washington and world number 4 Dominic Thiem in Dubai. becoming the first qualifier to reach the final in the tournament's 30-year history. From Cape Town, South Africa, please welcome Lloyd Harris. At just outside the world's top 200, he's currently ranked 7th in the British rankings. He reached his first singles challenger final last year in Spain, where he came from qualifying to reach the final 2. His ATP debut came at the Sofia Open, where as a qualifier, he reached the main draw and defeated the defending champion in the first round. This year, he's made the quarterfinals of 5 challenger events and is yet to drop a set en route to Surbiton's last 8. He's on the NTT Player Access Program, which supports players ranked inside the world's top 250. From the Isle of Man, please welcome Billy Harris. Our chair umpire for our match today is Jonathan Williams from Great Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy to the players and your fellow spectators, we ask that you turn all mobile phones and audible devices to silent during the match, and please refrain from using flash photography. Enjoy the tennis.
3 minutes.
It's the moment you've all been waiting for at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. On this semi-final Saturday, it is Harris versus Harris. How rare in tennis for 2 players with the same surname, unrelated, to face off. That is what's happening here as we get the second semi-final of the ATP Challenger Tour event underway. On your near side, wildcard Billy Harris with his deepest run at a 125 event to date, up against the much more experienced Lloyd Harris of South Africa, career high ranking of number 31. Harris with a 3-hour, 14-minute quarterfinal victory on this court yesterday. Would you expect anything less from the machine? I don't think many players are engaging in a best-of-3 set match on this surface of that length. But he's made himself even more of a hero than he already was with that victory over the very experienced Mikhail Kukushkin. Harris, Kukushkin, formerly ranked inside the world's top 40. And the Brit, a 5-7, 7-6, 7-6 winner. Usually would ask the question as to whether or not he's recovered, but this is a man who, way back in 2020, contested 42 matches in 42 days at the UK Pro League. So we'll save that question for a little deeper into the match.
Lloyd Harris, to the left of the chair, won the toss and chose to receive.
Lloyd Harris with his own 3-set victory in a lesser amount of time. Last match on center court yesterday, came back from a set down to get the better of Bibit Zukayev of Kazakhstan. That was a 3-6, 6-3, 6-1 win. And he was blitzed by his opponent in the opening set. Ferocious serving from Zukayev. As the day and the match wore on, the conditions got a little cooler. The court started playing a bit slower. He kept his cool. He established himself and he came through. But he's going to be facing his opponent and the crowd on this Saturday of action. Winner to take on Leandro Riedi, the Swiss player, the world number 151 in just his 3rd ever grass court tournament, into the final with a 3-set defeat of the number 6 seed Brandon Nakashima. So all seeds now out of contention at this Challenger 125 event.
30 seconds.
But it's been depth of fields. The current number next to Lloyd Harris, name of number 132, doesn't fairly represent his ability or his experience. Wrist injury set him back and set him at the sidelines for half the 2022 season. He's a man who's had wins over some of the biggest names in the sport and who has performed at a high level on this surface, including winning an ATP Tour event in doubles in Mallorca last year. So Harris, looking at potentially his toughest task of the week so far. Had never been beyond the first round here in Surbiton. And now he has a shot at the ultimate showdown. It is Harris versus Harris for the first time, to see who succeeds in making the Surbiton final. Abigail Johnson here with you once again. And it's already been said by umpire John Williams at the net at the beginning of this match, both players will be referred to by their full names to avoid any confusion throughout the semi-final. We'll mix it up a bit.
First set, Billy Harris to serve. Play. Oh! 15 left. Left.
Billy Harris, born in Nottingham, but a resident of the Isle of Man. Doesn't see much of it, though. Now he's on the road, climbing the rankings. Career high inside the world's top 200. Achieved within a past 12-month period that has brought a lot of firsts. The first challenge, a final, a first main draw ATP Tour win.
No! 40, 15. No! 40, 30. Billy Harris.
Strong start, giving him the stability to close things out there. Billy Harris with the first hold of serve in this clash of surnames. A wild card into the main draw this year, Harris. He's qualified for it on both previous outings here. The set against Kukushkin was the first that he dropped. Got the better of the number 8 seed, Jerry Shan, current world number 92 in the first round. The seeds were falling steadily from round 1, and that just tells of the depth of the draw in this, the first week of the grass course season, the LTA's British Summer of Tennis. Strong lineup of grass court events leading up to the championships. There's another ATP Challenger Tour 125 coming up in Nottingham next week, and then a following one on the grass courts of Ilkley the week prior to Wimbledon qualifying. So packing those competitions into a tight window of the season.
15 left. Left. 40 left.
Yeah, it's rare that he is outserved, Harris. He got a taste of his own medicine against Zukayev in the opening set yesterday. He was so frustrated that he couldn't make a dent on the return.
Go!
Harris.
Utterly precise first service game from a man who has played his way into proceedings here at the Surbiton Trophy. This his third outing on centre court. Initially had to battle for his opening victory over Mark Husler of Switzerland. 7-5, 6-7, 6-3 the scoreline. From there, defeats of the number 7 seed Alexander Vukic in straight sets, and the win yesterday over Zukayev from a set down.
15 love.
Anything you can do.
30 love.
Ball!
No, that's the shot, the two-handed backhand. He's done a lot of work on his forehand recently, Harris, but the backhand is his bread and butter.
Billy, the ball boy's still
If
moving.
the ball's out in front of him, he will have no trouble taking that on.
Lloyd Harris.
So 3 pretty comprehensive service games to get us underway in the final match of semi-final Saturday here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Billy Harris hunting down his first ever ATP Challenger Tour 125 final. Knowing that there really is all to play for. Landed 12 aces in his previous match with Kukushkin. You know, he had a lot of time to find those aces, but he was going big with the serve. He's a tall guy. And showed his promise on the grass courts last season, particularly when he made his run to the final round of qualifying at the championships. Lasprit standing there. Got some noteworthy wins, including over Hugo Gaston of France from a set down in the second round there. Missed out in the best of 5 set final match to Hamad Medjedovic, the Serb who is fast on his way up the rankings.
Help!
$15 love. $15 all.
Yeah, keep it simple.
30-15.
Drop shot was a bit of a surprise from Lloyd Harris. Maybe that was the idea, but if he brings his best power tennis to the table, he's going to keep in touch here at a minimum.
30 all.
Just an early sign that he's aware of Harris Billy's baseline resilience. This is going to be tough. And who wouldn't be after the length of the match yesterday? Absolute wall.
Out. 40, 30.
There is more of a chance of getting a physical lapse from the Brit today, purely because of the magnitude of the situation for him as well. This is the Lloyd Harris camp. Mentality can manifest itself physically sometimes.
Juice.
Bit hit and miss here from the South African. First deuce of the contest.
Out! Advantage, Lloyd Harris. Cheers. Advantage, Lloyd Harris.
Yeah, that's sharp. From a man who picked up his best rankings win of the season so far this week. That was the defeat of Alexander Vukic. The Aussie ranked securely within the world's top 100 right now.
Juice.
Early indication of what he might have been trying to avoid, those longer rallies at the very beginning of this game.
Out!
All right.
Advantage, Billy Harris.
Well, he was desperate for a slowing of pace last night, Lloyd Harris, as Zukayev blitzed him time and time again. Not enjoying it so much in this matchup. Break point down.
Out. Juice.
It's his best 1-2-5 run of the season this week in Surbiton. Previously reached the quarter-final of a challenger event in South Korea. That was in April. has a couple of challenger trophies in his cabinet from 2024. They were both at the 75 level. Both since that run in South Korea, though, so he's been building form.
Juice. Advantage, Lloyd Harris.
Percentage of second serve points won, I feel, could be quite telling here. As well as the British wildcard did to turn around his match yesterday, there was a patch in the middle of the second two sets where he was missing a few returns. And it was frustrating him. Precision under pressure there from the current world number 132. Lloyd levels in the early stages of this first set.
Love 15.
Well, it was not the wrong shot to go for, just fine margin. Yeah, open the door with the double fault to begin this game. Just a little bit of a hangover after a lengthy return game where he had half chances, didn't quite push through. Big mental win for his opponent there.
$15.30. $30.
Oh, just about lands the final blow. Patiently played by the South African.
30-40.
Initially looked like he might have been a bit careful with the second serve return, but he's sensing some vulnerability from the wild card here. After a lengthy confidence-boosting service hold, just backing himself to play his way in, the same way he did to turn around his quarter-final match. So break point.
Cheers.
So still.
He's playing with some margin in terms of his length of shot.
Lloyd Harris.
And with that slice just dying between the service line and the baseline, Harris has to do more work up the back of the ball. He has to get lower as well, and there were long extended rallies against Kukushkin yesterday. It's hard to imagine his legs have fully recovered from that, even for him, and what he's able to bear. Nothing wrong with that serve, though. And there is extra incentive to go for more on that first serve.
I saw some, Lloyd.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
With how long he was out there yesterday, Lloyd Harris just questioning that call.
Advantage, Lloyd Harris.
Just about hung on there, Lloyd Harris kept his footing. And consistency gets the better of his wildcard opponent. It is the South African with the first breakthrough in this first set of the second semi-final in the ATP Challenger Tour contest at the Surbiton Trophy. It feels like it could be a lengthy day at the office. How long can he maintain that consistency? It's not too late in the evening right now, about 5:15, but the sun has dipped away. It's been a much colder day in Surbiton, a lot more wind. But it has to be said, the players so far have handled really well.
Time.
Prestigious on a roll here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Andy Murray, champion last season. Jordan Thompson Made a big breakthrough this year, winner in 2022. He was the first player this season, Thompson, to get the better of Rafael Nadal. That was in the quarterfinals in Brisbane. Lloyd Harris is one of only 3 active players with a winning head-to-head record against Nadal. They played the once. He got the win in Washington a few years ago. He's a very dangerous player, the kind you don't want to face in the opening round of a slam. And he got himself back to the opening round of a slam in January of this year, qualified for the Australian Open. That was a big step on his return to the tour. Pinpoint from Billy Harris on the return.
15-all.
He's capitalized on that immediately, quickly up the court, compact backhand swing.
Out. 15-13.
And you'd expect him to go for a little more here. He can really take a slap at the ball, Harris. A lot of the lengthier exchanges in the previous game going away from him to long games now won by his opponent.
Out. 30-all.
Giving himself a lot of grief, Billy Harris. And he's got to be patient with himself today after a really taxing win yesterday. It's got to be harder for him to see things quickly out here. There's a great block down of the wide serve.
Cheers. Go! Advantage, Lloyd Harris. Game, Lloyd Harris.
It's not giving away much, Lloyd Harris, but
Lloyd
I think he'll be
Harris
slightly
leads 4 games
relieved
to 2.
to sneak through that game. Usually if a player's won 2 lengthy games, you'd feel there's a bit of a swing of momentum in their favor. Billy Harris is such a machine that he can tolerate a lot more than a lot of other players. He was firmly in that game.
Out!
The fact that 3 tight games have now gone against him now swings the pendulum slightly.
Out! 15-all. 15 all.
Second serve points won. Harris, Lloyd, 6 of 8. Harris, Billy, 2 of 8. He's responding to that pressure to deliver the first serve.
30-15.
That's a great watch, a great hold of the forehand until the South African is committed.
Out. 40-15. Game, Billy Harris.
Well, that's an encouraging service hold for the wild card. Not clinical from the former top 40
Lloyd
player.
Harris leads 4 games to 3.
And he hasn't pulled fully clear. It's a break advantage, but it's just the 1-game deficit. And as much as he's lost some close games, Harris, he has the confidence of being regularly engaged on the return. Knows there will be more chances if he can hang tough enough. Different calendar for Lloyd Harris this season. It's been a while since he's fully committed to the British swing of grass court events. Makes more sense for him at his current ranking. There are grass court tournaments elsewhere in the lead up to Wimbledon, but mainly at the ATP Tour level. In the Netherlands, Halle, Mallorca, where he qualified and made the semis last season. And only lost 11-9. In the final set tiebreak to Christopher Uytvanck there. Uytvanck's going on to make the quarterfinals of Wimbledon. It's all slim margins out here. Such depth of talent. And that's why this set is not done and dusted. New balls here.
15 love. Out. 30 love.
Oh, that's a great move from Lloyd Harris.
40 love.
Sensing that his opponent is just a step slow off the mark on the return at the moment. And choosing immediately to get up the court and penalize that.
Game, Lloyd Harris.
Premeditated move sets him up for a strong
Lloyd
finish.
Harris leads 5 games to 3.
And that feels like the most significant game of the set so far. Obviously had to push through the South African, but that was the first time he really looked like a man in the driving seat. And he's put scoreboard suffocation on his opponent here, serving to stay in the set.
$15 love.
Too good, too controlled with the drop volley. Never stopped running, Lloyd Harris, to give that one a good go. The wild card didn't flinch.
Love. Out. 40-15. Game, Billy Harris.
He seemed a lot freer in that game, Billy Harris.
Lloyd Harris leads 5-4.
Centralized and focused on the task at hand. Good tunnel vision that poses a final question of his opponent, Lloyd Harris, with the break, but still just the 1-game deficit as he serves for the opening set.
Time.
He said the only break point he's faced in this set, Lloyd Harris, just experienced a little less pressure to this point. But has to wrap up the set. And that's the ideal start.
15 love.
Ace number 6. And the serve and volley intention just carrying it through the court.
Oh!
It just felt like Billy Harris was feeling the tension a bit more in those longer rallies in the tighter games. Fighting frustration. Never felt like Lloyd was running away with it. Significance in the key points won. Had 3 really tight games. He won them all.
30-15.
What that does suggest is that he's slightly more clinical out here, Harris, under scrutiny. Okay, commentator's curse, forget it. Never said it.
30 all.
There were a couple more of those quick misses from Harris in the middle of those meaty games, the longer ones. can stay tight here, there's still the opportunity to turn that around.
Out! 40-30.
He's not often been able to put Lloyd Harris under immediate pressure in that forecourt, Harris. The couple of times he has, the capitalization has been instantaneous. And that just sows the seeds of doubt as the South African looks to stay aggressive. As many cheap first serve points as possible, please. He's got to be thinking. This is set point number 2. He's still there, Billy Harris. He is more responsive in this match so far. But he is hanging on like a terrier and just commanding Lloyd Harris to step up and win this. Two set points have been and gone. Oh, that is so classy.
Advantage, Lloyd Harris.
He's got him in that corner a couple of times, Harris, and maybe the South African just getting an early read on it this time. He's asking which one. All right, third chance.
Game and first set.
4 deuce games. He won them all.
6 games to follow.
And that tells the story of a first set won by Lloyd Harris, campaigning to make his biggest final of the season thus far. And he's just taken a huge step towards it. Tightly contested opener. And he edged those tight moments. Halfway home. There was no moment where he ran away with it, the South African. A fairly different performance to some that we've seen from him this week. Just reading the match situation. Solid numbers. And just tightened the screws in the moments that were really significant on the scoreboard. Biggest difference would be the number of second serve points won. That's where there is a bit of a gulf, the 20% difference. And with Harris getting that early breakthrough in the 5th game, just able to keep the pressure applied. It was Billy who had the first break point, but Lloyd who had more to choose from.
Time.
Could be a fair amount of tennis left to be played, but it's got to be reassuring for the current world number 132, the former world number 31, that he was able to navigate the tight spots of that set. And for Billy Harris, it's a good job he's as fit as he is, because he's looking at another comeback three-setter if he's to turn this match around. He was on the brink multiple times against Mikhail Kukushkin.
Billy Harris to serve.
In both sets 2 and 3, he saved break points that would have seen his opponent serve for victory. So he'll take this on.
Go! 15 love.
Definitely expecting more aggressive tennis from the wild card at the beginning of this set. If he lands a first serve, going huge behind it.
No! 40 love. Game of Billy Harris.
How's that for a second delivery? All right then. Halt to love.
First game, second set.
To open the second set, duty called. It's a different scenario. Engaged in a much tighter wrestle in the middle of the first set. But he's a guy that knows all about tenacity. Harris didn't really get his career breakthrough until after the COVID years. He's 29 years old now. Didn't have a lot of people backing him in the early stages. Backed himself, got himself on the road, committed to match play. That makes him a resilient competitor now.
15 left. Oh!
Oh, it's so easily done on this surface. He's trying to go back behind. Oh. First week of the grass court season, and it is still so fresh behind the baseline. Such a difference between yeah, he's calling someone on immediately. He felt it, tried to protect himself as he went down.
called for the physio.
Sorry, John, what was that?
We have seen some nasty falls in the first week of the grass court season previously at this very event as well. It's with the stop-start nature of the game. It only takes a moment. Just hope everything's okay here. Definitely felt it in the hip area. Top.
Lloyd, we've just started evaluating.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Billy Harris is now taking the medical timeout.
Okay, so 3 minutes from here.
Lloyd, we've started the 3 minutes.
Better at 30 love up than love 30 down as far as Lloyd Harris is concerned, but I don't think he'll be thinking too much about that right now. If players stopped during a game, then it's urgent.
Lloyd, 2 minutes. Lloyd, 1 minute.
All right, he's up, he's ready to go. We'll just have to see where the impact is at. Good move from the South African to just stay on his feet. Look to keep the blood flowing. But however he feels, he's going to be moving a bit tentatively now, at least upon resumption, the wild card.
40-15. Game Lloyd Harris.
And more of the same steady
One
tennis
all.
from the former world number 31. See if he can get up into this serve.
Look good from here.
It's not convinced, the South African, by the call. Oh, yeah, well, that's white. Could have been fractionally long there.
Chalk.
Yeah, but it's so long. You can see chalk.
Might have looked long to you.
Yeah, that's the reaction. You've got to shrug it off. Once the call is made, the call is made.
Out!
15-all.
Fully aware, Lloyd Harris, that his opponent is going to be going for more in this game after the slip in the previous, to try and minimize the amount of moving he has to do. Might just look to get that return in at the body, make that awkward.
Let first serve. Oh. 30-15.
Out!
30-all.
Well, he seems to be getting into the serve all right. There's always going to be a question about pushing up from the back leg. That'll feel very good. Maybe still a bit of concern physically for the wild card, but holding his own in the second set. And now mentally a different scenario for Lloyd Harris, chasing again. So Leandro Riedi already through to tomorrow's final in just his third ever grass court tournament as a pro. A 3-set win over the last seed standing. That was number 6, Brandon Nakashima. 5th ATP Challenger Tour final of the year for him. Both players on court here looking for their biggest final of this season so far. And the women's event played alongside this one. It'll be 2022 champion Alison van Uytvanck up against number 2 seed Tatiana Maria. That final to take place first. And the win in the doubles tournament today for Julian Cash and Rob Galloway. They're building up some real form as a team this season. Champions at ATP level as well. Rocket.
Love 15.
Has definitely upped the ante off the ground since he hit the deck. And that was what was required after he went down a set. But he still has to read the rally situation.
15-0.
And react accordingly once the exchange goes beyond the 5-shot mark. Which is where how fresh you are comes into play, both mentally and physically.
30-15.
Oh, okay, ramping it up now.
40-15.
That's ace number 8. And number 9. Hit 16 total in his first round match. Harris, but Lloyd Harris. But he did have 3 sets to play with there. Yesterday was just 1 off the double-digit mark with 9. He's back at that same number once again. Commanding close to that game. Can't remember a successful drop shot attempt from Lloyd Harris in this match. And now he's going bigger off the ground, the wild card. It's going to be tough to defuse that ball in that manner. We're kind of forced into the slice there, the South African, just by the quality of the serve. Using the pace, just got a racket on it. Is it enough to slow his opponent down?
$40-30.
Yeah, it is enough to slow things down.
Deuce.
He's been more or less reading this exactly right in the tight games so far, Lloyd Harris. I've just heard mutters from the Brit that suggest frustration at his own decision-making. If he's flagging mentally, then he's got to put returns in play, Lloyd Harris.
Advantage, Billy Harris.
The wind is picking up again, blustery. Rises and falls. Not sure if it just took that one. Yeah, wow. Significant couple of moments there.
Billy Harris leads 3 games to 2.
Former world number 31 just losing control. And Billy Harris wins his first deuce game of the match. Keeps him ahead on the scoreboard in the second set. And there were moments when he looked like he was fizzling out against Kukushkin, where he was losing his way, but such was the length of the rallies and the games. He was able to stabilize, and he got such a rush when he executed well and the crowd got behind him. Bursts of adrenaline that really helped keep him going to see that win through. He is not running away with this, Lloyd Harris, by any stretch. Up a set, but serving seconds and serving from behind here.
Love. $15.
I don't think that's scoreboard pressure. I think that's Lloyd Harris just sensing that his opponent isn't shifting in this contest. Feeling like he has to do a bit more.
Ouch!
Now that's a huge second serve.
15-30.
And he's kind of giving himself away here as to his frame of mind within this. It has felt like he's close to pushing through for a while. Thanks to the wildcard's resilience, hasn't been able to. Back-to-back double faults there, very suggestive.
30-all.
First serve worth going for.
$40-30.
And that's why the amount of emphasis on the second serve just felt a bit unnecessary, because Billy Harris is still giving.
game. Lloyd
Maybe not
Harris,
as often
new
as the
ball
South
play.
African would like, but it is happening. And it is just about happening
3 games
enough.
all.
Now, this is a big game as we start to head towards the back end of the set, which for the world number 132 has the potential to be the back end of the match.
Up. 15 love. Ah. 15 all.
And just being made to play from deep, he's not quite getting the drive through the forehand. You can sense this one's a bit of a struggle for both players. But the
15,
patience
40.
paying off for Lloyd Harris as he just makes his opponent feel the slog out here, slows things down and creates double break point. Yeah, right on the line. The chalk really flew up there. Clutch second delivery from Harris. No, he's getting under his skin just by hanging tough, staying around. Still, he's painting lines under pressure. To actually win this match, he's got to produce when he's out in front, but he's bringing it on the back foot right now, Billy Harris.
Foul!
Advantage, Billy Harris.
such an acute angle.
Juice.
Some better signs from the South African. It felt like when he got a play previously, maybe he rallied with a fraction too much margin for the moment. That was measured but intentional.
Advantage, Billy Harris.
And that was well placed once again. How huge might that hold prove to be? It felt like a battle to just be in touch for most of this match on the Billy Harris side of the net. And yet Lloyd Harris has to step up to win, and he's not quite done that yet. Still playing catch-up on the scoreboard here in set number 2. His response to that game is going to be very telling because it was touching distance at that point. Double break point, Harris missing first serves. You know, in fact, his percentage of second serve points weren't really going up in that game. Harris getting him above the 50% mark.
Time.
In the first set, that was right down at 33% to his opponent's 55. Strong first serve numbers for Lloyd Harris in this second set. 75% landed, 83% won. He's dropped just 2 points behind his first serve. Billy Harris' best chance of moving that statistic. Is with the scoreboard pressure just applied, but he has to be clean behind it, and he is still a step slow when the South African lands the first punch. Oh, that's well held on. He has been caught out with that forehand volley on the stretch today, Lloyd Harris.
30-15.
Good stabilization behind that reach to punch the final shot away. Pure reactive stuff here.
$40-15. Game, Lloyd Harris.
That's a huge hold once again where he saved his best till last.
4 games all.
Upping the ante with the serve. And it's just a reminder that this is a different situation for Harris compared to where he's been throughout the season, coming into 2024 ranked on the edge of the world's top 200, playing at slightly lower level challenges. Would be his biggest final of the year if he can make it through.
15 all.
And just read the serve there, Lloyd Harris.
15-30.
Using the pace of the serve, just blocking it down, robbing his opponent of time. Hasn't swung the scoreboard fully in his favor yet, but Billy Harris is short on first serves. And that pressure does just help. There's got to be tension out here because it's a huge moment for both, and for the Brit, he's got to feel like he's been right in this all the way. But Lloyd Harris has the confidence of having come through the tightest, most pivotal moments to date, and he might just do so again. Another double break point. Surviving by his serve, the wild card. He brought it to combat the previous double break point in his most recent service game. But he can't quite find it this time. Played with disaster.
Lloyd Harris leads 5 games to 4.
And just drops off the edge there. It has been slim margins, but this man has come out on the right end of most of them. Not his best level of the week. He'll hope to peak for the final, and he'll hope to get there imminently, serving for the match in the next couple of minutes. And he is only human, Billy Harris. He might be superhuman and have achieved above and beyond what some people expected of him over the last couple of years, with still so much more to come. Whatever happens today, and he could still get back in it, it's going to do wonders for his ranking. He lost in the first round here last year. Semi-final showing today. He's going to be in the main draw of Nottingham next week, another ATP Challenger 125. But it has felt like he's had less in the tank to both physically and mentally engage at the same level as he did relentlessly in the 3-hour, 14-minute duel with Kukushkin just 24 hours ago. It's a brutal turnaround. And Lloyd Harris looking to make it an efficient victory, serving for the win.
15 love.
There have been moments where he's felt slightly restrained, the South African today, but he battled hard for that breakthrough. There seems to be a liberation about him as he looks to put the lid on this. And he's got a big enough first weapon there to get the job done.
40 love.
After an hour and 20 minutes, it's triple match point. loves the grass court.
Below 6-4, 6-4.
And he's into the biggest final of his season to date. He wins the clash of the Harrises.
Through to the finals here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy, Lloyd Harris.
He sets up a Surbiton Trophy showdown with Leandro Riedi tomorrow.
So do stay with us for that one, but it's been a fantastic tournament.
That took
Harris,
some wrestling
give
today.
It up for him. One last round of applause.
And that is thanks to the British wildcard. So much more to come from Billy Harris across the course of the next few weeks. This is going to get him back inside the world's top 200, up towards 150 and beyond. We'll see him in Nottingham. We'll see him at the championships. And we'll see Lloyd Harris in the Lexus Surbiton Trophy final showdown, where he will take on Leandro Riedi, winner over the number 16 Brandon Nakashima earlier today. Another great day of tennis here at the Surbiton Racket and Fitness Club. And two great singles finals to look forward to tomorrow in the ITFW 100. Alison van Uytvanck to take on Tatiana Maria, two very accomplished grass court competitors. Really very fresh to the surface, but Lloyd Harris with a rich history on these lawns. And we'll be very happy to have finished in straight sets today.
Lloyd, congratulations. In the Battle of the Harrises, you were victorious, and you're now into your third Challenger final of the year. What was your take on that match? You must be delighted.
Yeah, I mean, tough match today. I knew he was going to have the home crowd, but I'm so glad so many South Africans came out to support, so that helped me a lot today. I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. But yeah, it was a good match. You know, just solid performance, start to end. Just, you know, try to do all the right things and be clinical, and that's what I did in the end.
And it really was a tight match as well, wasn't it? There were only a few points in it here and there, even though it was a straight sets match. What do you think gave you the edge?
100%, 100%. I had a few more looks on his serve in one or two games, and I just managed to clinch one of those. Luckily on my serve, I didn't give him too many opportunities, too many looks, and I think that built some pressure in the end.
So it will be you in the final tomorrow against Leandro Riedi, who I don't think you've played before. Thoughts on that one?
Yeah, he's been having a great week. He's just been playing full on, and yeah, what a great year he's had also. So I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be a tough final, but you know, final day. I'm excited to play my best tennis, hopefully, and in the end of the day, I'm just going to give it my best.
Well, absolutely. And bearing in mind, you're not British, and this is a British event, you really did have so much South African support today, so let's hope they come back tomorrow.
100%. I see you guys tomorrow. Thank you again. Thank you.
All right, congratulations for one last time, Lloyd Harris.
Yeah, they've been saving their evenings for him, the South African fans behind him last night, back again today.
All of our tennis today at the Lexus.
And we look at the numbers, but really it was what Lloyd Harris said, consistency where it mattered, and he was challenged mentally as Billy Harris kept hanging in there with what he had today and asking the questions. But at the back end of that match in the second set, some really strong finishes to his own service games. Lloyd, that kept setting him up to keep fighting and ultimately push through where it really mattered. So we have our final lineups at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Alison van Uytvanck to take on Tatiana Maria in the women's final, and Lloyd Harris to go head-to-head with Leandro Riedi